Morena koutou and welcome to today's council meeting. I'll open us with a council prayer. We come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom and support as we begin this meeting. Fill us with your grace, Lord, and help us to remember that the decisions we make affect the real lives of your people. May we be ever respectful and treat our world as good stewards of your great gifts. As members of the governing body of our district, the Tararua District, please guide us to consider the most equitable solution to our problems, care for our valued employees, and be responsible, open and transparent with the financial resources entrusted to us by your people. May God continue to bless us all. Amen. Right, thank you, councillors. Now, apologies, I do have Councillor Kerry Sutherland, who isn't able to be with us today. Councillor Sharon Wards is away, but will try and join by Teams. If that connection's unsuccessful, we'll pop her apology in, and Councillor Chase will join us around 11 a.m. Can I have somebody move those, please? Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. Seconded, Councillor Johns. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Right, we have no members here for public forum today, but obviously something urgent. Notification of items not on the agenda. There are none. Thank you. Declarations of conflicts of interest in regards to today's meeting. There's none. Right, we'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes. On page 5, can I have somebody move that they are a true and correct record? Thank you, Councillor Petty-Weber. Seconded, Councillor Johns. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Just run through those. Page 5, page 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Councillor Johns.
Under 10.5, during the discussion, concerns noted regarding the stocks plan policy. It was asked whether there was any opportunity for council's concerns about the impact to be raised with the minister. Has that happened?
Not as yet. So we waited for the Minister's advice, and on the advice of Amy Chalmley, who I understand met with Dan yesterday to discuss that in full. Peter, do you just want to give us an update on that? There is still time for that, but the advice at the time was not to rush until we'd had that conversation. So I'll just let Peter update on that.
So what confirmation? Sorry, what confirmation are we waiting for?
Of the changes. So Peter will just update.
Yes, so very quickly, the Minister for the Environment has given us the list of what the more detailed criteria to comply with an application. We now know what we have to do to be able to meet those requirements, so we're working through that list of what we need to do. We are then able to test that with the MFE and confirm whether we're going to proceed with the next stage, for which we would need the council authority and delegation. So that would be a paper that would come to the 24th of September meeting.
When do you hope to be able to do that?
So we initiated the work yesterday, and we've actually written a report, but we will use we've got 90 days in which to do this application. So there isn't a huge time pressure other than giving us certainty which way we're going to go. So I think it's really important that we test the ministry and whether we're going to meet the criteria, because it's not overly clear that we will meet their criteria, even with the extra detail that we've received.
But when will you be coming back to us with a report?
For the 24th.
24th, the next council meeting. The other one that obviously wasn't part of the criteria, Councillor Johns, was the amount of, ratepayer funds that have been invested into this, and I still think that is worth mentioning to the Minister so that they're aware. Thanks. Page 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19. Thank you, councillors. And sorry, Councillor Peter Weber and Councillor Johns, you're happy for the extraordinary meeting minutes to be included in that motion? You're happy for the extraordinary minutes also to be included in that motion? Thank you. Run through those. The extraordinary meeting from the 20th of August, page 21, page 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Thank you. And just moving to the community boards and community committee reports, can I have a mover for the Pahiatua Community Committee, Ikarohuna Community Board and the Dennyvert Community Board, please, as one? Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. Seconded, Councillor Franklin. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carry. Thank you. Right, Explore Pahiatua, page 30. Page 31, page 32. I'm just going to ask, I did have one comment, one question on page 32, just around the District Universal Metering Program, which I went to the Chief Executive with. So, Peter, do you just want to clarify that? I was concerned that the information wasn't quite accurate.
And thank you, Your Worship. So just to clarify, the decision around how water billing will occur with meters isn't going to likely be a council decision. It's likely to have already transferred to the Water Services Organisation if we continue to get that across the line. So it was indicative of the potential timing where this might be able to be implemented, but that's all. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks. If you could take that back, that would be great, Councillor Franklin, just to avoid any confusion within the community. Page 33. Page 34. And just really looking forward to hearing and seeing the Cycleway project progressing. That's exciting. Page 35. Page 36, 37 and page 38. The Ikarohuna Community Board, page 39, page 40, 41 and page 42. And the Dennyvert Community Board, page 43, page 44, page 45, page 46, page 47, page 48, and page, sorry, Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. I just, the sign, what was the story on the sign there, the information sign up here? The outcome of that in the end?
They were questioning the outcome. My understanding from attending the meeting is that Waka Kotahi have notified council that the sign no longer meets their safety requirements. I'm not sure, Ellie, you might know a little bit more on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, there was a detailed report on their agenda and they discussed it at length at the meeting, and the resolution as reported in the minutes to council is what the outcome is, and so that's been forwarded on to that the sign will be removed from where it is, and the board will have a discussion about a different location or a different type of sign in the future, because the current sign is not operable and it can't be kept in that location.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the reason I ask is I think of Huria Range sign, and that just kind of blasts you, but obviously there must be different criteria. It must be closer to the corner or something.
The community board did raise that. It's their issue to take up.
And there's such rules as the size of the writing on the sign and all sorts of criteria, but that's a Waka Kotahi issue, not our issue.
They did ask those questions, Councillor Wallace. Okay, right, and there were no minutes from Positively Woodville. That was just timing. Yeah. Okay. There was a Positively Woodville meeting. It'll just be a timing issue with the minutes. Okay. if you could, that would be great. Thank you. Right, thank you. Moving into reports. Right, we'll welcome Beth forward for the 12-month report. Welcome, Beth.
Morena koutou, thank you, Your Worship. So 12-month report, we're just going to be following the same format as previous performance reports. So I'll be joined at the table by Mike, Sarah and Ellie, and they will each speak to their sections of the report. So first up, I will ask Mike to join me and to go over his CAPEX report.
Morning, Mike. For all ears.
Oh, thank you. Morning, Mayor Tracy. Morning, councillors. So to report on the capital expenditure report, it's been a busy year. Of the budget that we had, as outlined there, we've spent about 83% of the overall budget. I'll be looking at doing what the committed and everything else look like as well when we finalise the carry forward report that we're aiming for the September meeting. So that'll all be done there as well, and I'll look at some of the trends as well as I have done in the past. Just to highlight as well that originally we had $2.7 million in carry forwards for the last financial year, as well as 20 million for Cyclone Gabrielle response and recovery. The new Paetoa pool was 3.7, and the Dannevirke impound supply was at just over 5. So some large figures there, but it's a bulk of the overall budget. Had quite the year for delivery. If we're going into the next part of that, where you can see that we've moved quite a lot of them across from planning as well as into delivery, and a large chunk of that as well will be what we'll evidence when we go through the carry forwards for the committed. We've managed to close out a significant portion of those, which, to be fair, I'm very pleased with some large ones as well that were notable would be the Route 52 project there, as well as some of the Waihi Falls toilets were done this year, Broad Street toilets, fluoridation plant, the Ekatuna wetlands. We've done some of the water reservoirs renewals. The IoT door counters as well was another one. Northwood water treatment plant upgrades as well. We've finalised all those. Digitisation of the council records was another large project. We've done a lot of work as well here for the Dannevirke Town Hall. So again, a bit of thanks to Dave and co. We've done the Paetoa Town Hall roof renewals, the Woodville wastewater headworks, which was another large part of works. Also the Pontoon liner assessments and some of the PIC assessments. So I think in the delivery phase though, that we've also just, as we continue on with our project reports, I'm sure that we're all still tracking those and are up to speed with where we're at for those. If there's any other questions on the remainder of it? Yep.
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yes, the Woodville liner, wastewater pond liner, is that been relined or just assessed?
So we did the assessment on it. We walked out the whale that was there and we came back with a couple of recommendations. So now we're just working through when would be a reasonable time as to when we would have to look at relining it and what that works would involve. So it's not an immediate requirement that we need to do tomorrow. So we've got time to plan it out.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Awesome report, Mike. Thank you very much for the amount of work that's been done. I just wanted to ask about the, in the closure or completed section, the digitisation of council records, noting that that's been marked as closed. Is that project completely done, including the rollout, of the benefits to ratepayers from the digitisation, particularly in the property services?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Tracy. No, so the digitisation is the first part. The introduction of e-services was essentially the second phase of that. We're going through the last part of the report. So I think a brief the last time was about just under 25,000 documents have been digitised. So they're just finalising the hard copy parts of that and scoping out the introduction of the e-services. And that'll, once we're finished with that part of the report, you'll receive that last project update on that. And then the next one's going forward will be essentially a rewipe of that one, and it'll be introduction of e-services because that was the first part of that, so.
And thanks very much, Mayor Tracy, and thanks for that, Mike. Just to clarify, and that all makes sense, the digitisation part, so the digitising all of those records, that part is now complete?
Yes.
Thanks, Mike. And I was really excited to see that one on the finish line as well. And I think this is the thing that makes us more efficient, but actually has a huge benefit to residents using that service. So I think it'd be good to get some comms, pre-prepared on when that is ready, because that is a big rollout and a significant achievement with external funding. So I was really pleased with that myself. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Mike, on that, does that now mean that LIM requests and package requests are available online?
Excuse me. So through you, Mayor Tracy, that will be the next stage of the e-services rollout. So now we've done all the digitisation and all the parts there, now we just have to make sure that all the systems are joined and that it's tested, and then we can have that available. So that'll be part of the next phase.
When do you think that might be that might go live and online?
That's a great question. I'll have to touch base with the project manager, but it will be part of the next reports as well on the project. So I'll keep you up to date as well as we can with those.
Thanks, Mike. You can hear the anticipation for that. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment that I'd like to make. I had occasion to actually use the new digitised system, and I actually rang through to council urgently. We required the floor plans for the Pahiatua Repertory Theatre building in Pahiatua. I rang that through, and within 5 minutes I had all the plans from way back in 1930, whatever it was, the whole lot was in my inbox. So really impressed. Thank you, Jim. It was really amazing to be able to send that on straight away to the person who thought they were asking a sticky question. So thank you.
Councillor Wallace.
This is, thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, going right forward, when the new laws are in place, and it's no core business of the council, and we get out of this, what will happen then to the records?
At this stage, that still remains. The announcement from the minister in that area was there, but council will always have some of those records. Yep.
Okay.
It's an unknown
we're going to still be
stage.
involved in building.
At this stage, the minister announced that you could look to move with others. It is just a very recent announcement, so yeah. But that team is performing very well. Okay. Right.
Right, if it's right through you, Mayor Tracy, just carrying on. So yep, we're into delivery still, so I think again everybody's tracking those ones, so I'm happy to move on unless there's any other questions on those. The planning and procurement side of it, being that we're into the Pahiatua pool, again ones of these natures are already being reported on as one-page reports. There's been some significant work now done on our reticulation network and some of the mainline items in there to push through for designs. So those will be one of those ones as well that we're looking at having committed. So not only Pahiatua water treatment, but I'm sure that everybody was also aware of the ones that we went out for doing the surveys in regards to Woodfall and Dannyverk, and we've also got Eketahuna on the line as well in Pahiatua. So there's a significant amount being put into the reticulation network and the designs, pushing them into delivery in the next year.
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Mike, the Woodville wetland designs has been on the list for quite a long time now. Has that been put on hold pending water's done well, or and the handover, or are we actually proceeding?
Thank you through Mayor Tracy. Yes, it is still going. We've actually had the concept design done. It's part of our consent requirements for the site and the planned upgrades that are going on there. We are just having to move that into a detailed design for the wetlands. It is following, though, Paeatua's wetland upgrade as well. And, yeah, so that is the flow on.
Thanks. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Mike, through you to Mike. Mike, are you and the team giving some consideration to the potential changes and standards that might be coming from government? I mean, I'm sure you're well aware of what's been signalled. I suppose it goes a little bit to what Councillor Johns was saying, but I wonder whether we are taking a cautious approach, knowing that perhaps there'll be new design standards that hopefully will be cheaper, and making sure that we're not jumping into a full design at today's standards when that could change.
Yes, absolutely. Just recently I've actually got one to finalise as well with wastewater specialists in regards to the other three as well, being Northwood, Ormondville and Pongaroa for the wastewater standards. So drawing a line between what the proposed wastewater standards are, what a traditional approach would be, and just seeing where we land in the middle and what would be a way forward. So that's actually something that I'll be looking to present to our next Water Strategic Advisory Group as well.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mike. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, maybe to the CE, do we have a definitive date with all the stuff that's pie high in the sky at the moment around water, about this formation of the CCO and et cetera, and this all intertwines with everything in this report?
So on Friday, through Your Worship, the final bill went through its third hearing. So we now have quite clear definition on the standards, the new regulators and what their responsibilities are. So that's super helpful in terms of confirming now the structure that the sector will have to manage within. The second part of it, we know that we've got to get our water services delivery plan in front of DIA in next week. So we're working on the final tweaks to that based on the advice that they had already given us on the initial drafts. So we're expecting to have that completed on Friday. So that's the short-term goal, is to get those plans in. The second goal is to wait and see how they respond as Department of Internal Affairs to those plans. And so until we've got confirmation from DIA that our water services delivery joint plan is acceptable, the only thing that we have locked in is the estimated start date, establishment date of the new water organisation, which was 1 July next year, and the likely operational date 12 months later, 1 July 2027. So that's about as good as we've got just at the moment, but we have got more certainty than we did even a week ago.
You comfortable, Councillor Wallace, with that? You look
Yeah, well,
concerned.
I'm always looking for savings, and I don't want duplication on people doing things twice. If we've got a new company coming, and as long as we're not spending on money that's something that somebody else is going to do in 2 years' time or 12 months it's going to start, to me that's a waste of money. Ratepayers' money.
Thank you. Right, Mike.
So I'll just touch on the some of the deferred there as well. So the Paeatua water weir and infiltration gallery investigation. I know that a few years ago we actually did some of the work there. On coming into the position, we did a bit of the river works as well that was required out there earlier in December last year. And that seemed to have done a fair bit of the work there. While we're doing the Dannevirke intake gallery work as well with alternate infrastructure, we're using what we're going through there to inform as well any other works that will go into the investigation for the Paeatua water weir. So that's the reason for that one being deferred as such. Happy to go into any of the others. If we're happy with that, I'll carry on.
Can I just check in the 4.5, the two that a little bit on a bit of a hold up just with resourcing constraints. So the Pāhiatua customer services and library integration, and I guess that's, you know, that is part of us becoming more efficient. When do you think that will get some progress?
So my understanding on that one is that there was been a consultant that's been engaged to start doing the work on that. That I think was the capital budget that was put into it. So at that stage, that's where it was. So there is work being going on to that, and yeah.
Thank you. And the two that the e-services and the web platform that were out of scope for the Better Off funding, so they'll be put to one side, or you'll bring those back as projects that will be looking for funding through an annual plan process, or obviously there's something that's needed that's just on hold for funding purposes?
Yeah, so there was it was quite marginal in itself, I suppose, as to a budget for the LTP, and with the Better Off funding, it made sense as well to wrap up what we can with the Better Off funding and utilise that before we go into that funding stream. So,
Okay, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Just wanting to get some real clarity on that part. I know you were talking about it being the e-services being the second part of the project earlier. It is a little bit concerning though if it's sitting there without budget. My understanding, as we were working through the digitisation of services, and I may have had this wrong, so clarify if that's the case, that once that was done, we would quickly be able to get building packets online. And I know I've had those conversations with people that have asked the question, and I've been saying, you know, we're almost there, but concerning if that will sit there as another project that perhaps will need discussion and debate in the next annual plan. So just hoping I can get some clarification, please.
through me, Tracy, no, I mean, the e-services part of it was already well underway for scoping as well while we were doing the delivery, so it was done concurrently with the digitisation works. The e-services part of that Better Off funding is, I mean, the project for itself was digitisation and introduction of e-services. I think we probably spent, I mean, just rough numbers, about a third of the budget overall on just the digitisation. So we have a significant amount left over for going through with the e-services.
Councillor Petty-Weber. Sorry, I did have you in the queue.
So also just inquiring, where would the Better Off funding be transferred to? What are we looking at? So if it's not being used for this, do you know where it's going? Or was it, because that was the budget we were using, eh?
Sorry, just for answer, and hopefully this answers the question, the district e-services and web platform was one that we had budgeted for ourselves as part of the LTP. The e-services part came in as part of the Better Off funding, so.
Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. I need to go back to 4.2 because the IoT door counters, right? They obviously count people going through a door. Have we not had them for years?
Whilst we had them, they were inaccurate, and to make some of the decisions going forward, we needed to understand that more fully. So that's both in our customer services and our libraries making decisions going forward. Mike, did you have something to add to that?
They were also manual in the transfer of the information, so they weren't actually connected to the internet. So they still required somebody to go and get the log data and then manipulate it. So having this done as the IoT means that it was all done into a singular dashboard and the standard was achieved.
Supplementary to that. So the date they started then was the beginning of this year, month, or roughly, because that means that we've never had really any handle on it. Because where I'm coming from, it'd be interesting to see if libraries are going up in use, down in use, sideways in use, you know what I mean? So if we've got a start date, now I can just put started on your date, you're going to tell me. Please.
We can come back to you with an exact date, Councillor Wallace, because it was definitely this year, but I couldn't. I'm just trying to remember myself a month, and yeah, unless you've got anything off the top of your head. Mike.
No, I couldn't give you an exact date. I'd have to look for the exact date and the closeout of that. The only other part that I would add to that, though, was that the figures at the time where, there is inherent inaccuracies in just the counter going backwards and forwards. There's also, at the time, there's, manual, just one of our staff watching, so, and counting, so.
Yeah, where I'm coming from now, you should be able to just go and bang, it'll come straight up on your screen because that's the technology we've got now. Like our CE said about any rates and any of it, we can just go bang and we got it. Which I'm really excited about because we live in the information age.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmore. Okay, thanks. Right, okay, Mike, sorry, we'll take you back to 4.6, which I don't know if anyone had any further questions on, so you might just be on to discontinued. And I was just going to question, so the Akatio toilet still requires to be done. Are we looking at any funding opportunity? Because I do know, that is a high tourist facility that is used. There is still some tourism funding around and about. Are we actively seeking any of that, or do we need to start work on that?
I would have to check in with facilities. Unfortunately, I'm not at the point where I can answer that.
No, that's absolutely fine. I think it did really well to go from wastewater in Wales straight into IoT and be all over that. Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. What was the district BI project? I think I found it later on in the paper, but I can't actually. What does that stand for?
I think that RC may be able to give a bit more of an answer, but it was the business improvement project that was started a number of years ago and wasn't continued on. But
It's essentially, through your worship, business intelligence. So the concept is that you are able to warehouse the information stores that are in databases across the organisation and then query those for whatever purpose that you want and information needs. Yeah. And we have a active BI tool with a lot of programming that's been done.
And were there any queries on budget variances there? Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Yeah, just having a look at the budget versus actual. In the transportation, I think this will probably be a really easy answer. Is the difference between the current budget and the actuals for transportation almost entirely Cyclone Gabrielle money?
Sorry, good morning, Your Worship and Councillors. I'll steal Mike's thunder on this one. With regards, he knows leaving me. Sorry. With regards to the transportation, what we've found this financial year is the team has done a lot of focus within the CapEx side of the program as opposed to the operations side. So when you get to the operations side, I'll talk to that shortly. We have a significant underspend that we're going to look to bring a separate resolution for, just to make sure that that we're rating the right amount and transferring the right budget to ensure that the full 3-year program can be completed. It is not all within the Cyclone Gabrielle. The Cyclone Gabrielle had quite a significant budget within this year of 20-something million. So it's not Cyclone Gabrielle on its own. It's just the focus of utilising that funding and the works that we're already doing in that space to get our infrastructure program in tip-top shape, which you'll see when we get to the annual report.
Right, thank you. No further questions on that part? Okay.
I'll move on from the transportation part then. water and wastewater, stormwater. Again, it's into those ones that are into delivery. We've got some of those ones for the skate upgrades in particular, as well the wastewater improvement projects, which I know that we're all across, and how we've been going about getting those delivered and making sure that we've had the discussions around what those budgets look for into year 2, 3, as part of the annual plan. The impound supply was a significant project there in itself, where we've had just over the 5 million, so that's where you're seeing a largely underspend, I suppose, there. In the last 6-7 months, so from my perspective anyway, is that we've made some significant leaps into that. We've really ironed out how we're going to do the Dannevirke Reservoir as well as the pre-treatment. We've done a lot of the work there, and I'm just giving you a bit of an update again onto those things. But yeah, we're into the land purchase for the reservoir. We're into the next week, we are aiming for 1st September for the RFP still for the pre-treatment for the clarifier. All the work's gone into that, so that should be out to market. So again, I think that in the time frame of from going from there to here, I'm really pleased with how we've gone with those ones. So again, those ones are committed, and what weren't achieved in this year of the annual plan, or LTP should I say, I'm certainly looking for those summer construction periods for these ones.
Mike, it's a high public interest. Are you planning a little bit of an update, as those progress, or just to keep people informed?
Certainly can. Can always do better in comms.
I think that would be great. Thank you.
Can touch on the stormwater part. Jumping straight into it, there was a large amount that we had within that area that we needed to do a lot of the modelling, and there was a lot of concerns and considerations around, moving problems downstream and how that looks. So some of those ones have evolved, but we have had about 6 to 8 now concepts for our different sites that are of our particular interest across. We've received now some of the concept designs and the engineers' estimates as to how they will track, so now the next steps are making sure that they're raised at the right committees, approved for delivery, as well as then also scheduled in for delivery over the next few years as per the LTP. So very happy with how we've gone with those, and now we just need to carry on with the work. There's quite a lot to be said, to be fair, with the stormwater. That gets quite tricky, being that not only is it just a water's asset, it's also some of those are roading assets, parks and reserves, private, so it definitely comes with a lot of challenges when it comes to dealing with stormwater.
Thanks, Mike. One of the questions I had is just one of the efficiencies that was identified with the Three Waters entity was utilising some of those skills and consultants and peer reviews. Have you worked with any of the other councils, or is there any plan to get some of those reviewed there?
We have had some interaction with them, however, probably not to the level that we are hoping for right now, so perhaps that's a future one. What I can say for the stormwater, though, is that we actually do have our own in-house expert. She has a PhD in stormwater, and the whole thing there has been done through her, so and her work's been fantastic.
I think sorry, Mike, I think again, that one, and especially in Pahiatua, very high public interest, and I think that is reflected through some of the service performance reports as well, so that'd be good.
I could probably give a little bit more on that one as well. So some of the parts there that were of consideration that we've had to go through a fair few different designs and modelling on, is that some of those been some of the downstream effects to it as well, how that ties into some of the NZTA's culverts and how that then goes and how we talk to them and private owners, and so there's been a fair few different iterations of it, but yeah.
No, stormwater is very complex. Councillor Long.
I think my question's just been answered. I was concerned about Pahiatua also. Thank you.
Mike.
What I can say is that we've had a good couple of options now presented for Pahiatua that we're looking at progressing now. There was no point sort of delivering that as a potential option when, you know, we've already got concerns to address before. So that being different asset ownership, how that looks, and what type of year event we were talking about, and what the downstream effects would look like without doing the correct modelling.
Thanks, and I certainly acknowledge you were on the ground during the Pahiatua event, so you've got first hand, you know exactly what we're talking about, so thank you.
Helps as well, because then I was also able to know which one, where we were looking. In terms of budget for the community facilities and services, we actually have delivered quite a significant amount within just that across the district in terms of, you know, some of our gutter renewals and everything else, playgrounds and the like. The main part there, though, that would be that show and underspend would be the last second addition, I suppose, to the LTP of the Pahiatua pool, being that, and that 3.7 being, externally funded. So I think going into the closeout part there of the 4.10, we are looking at several key projects that have been considered for carry forwards, all carry forwards, so will again be primarily everything. Correction. The direction that was given was that it was to be committed, and that these things should either be under delivery or under contract in either way, shape or form. So all of those have been then put through. We're just finalising the numbers, and that'll come through again in the carry forward report.
Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, just going back to Pahiatua there, are they pensioner units, old units? Just got there. They 4.6 last.
Sorry, I threw me, Tracy. Just rewinding there a little bit for myself. So yes, Pahiatua renewal of old units. So they were the pensioner units. I understand that there was a fair bit of discussion around at the time around how those pensioner units then got rolled out and which work was required. So,
How many of them, please?
It's a great question. I'd have to get back to this one.
12 or 13, and I think when you talk about older units, I think last time I can recall some striped carpet, so that'll give you a year.
So it's 12 or 13 or in striped carpet? Right. So I just got to find out when they brought out the striped carpet. We'll have a date. Okay, thanks very much.
We can come back to you with a date, Councillor Wallace, under age of them. Can I just ask Mike, the Pahiatua poll, you were re-looking at some of the operational costs around that and just doing some further checking there to see what the inflationary difference might be. That work's being carried out with Bush Aquatic Trust.
Yes, I'm aware that the facilities team is out to look into exactly what those operational models look like. Yep. Another part of that update as well, we've just been able to pass on some of the designs as well to our 3 lead contractors, so we're looking at pricing and negotiation for that as well at the moment.
No, that's great, thank you.
Final comment on the overall performance for the capital delivery. I'm very pleased with how we've gone with this. I think we've had a significant amount of works to achieve. Again, with a small team, just in general, we've managed to deliver actually a lot. We've either put it through into completion, or we've actually made sure that they are committed under good contract management and into delivery. So I'm looking forward to having all these designs finalised, the ones that we've got already through procurement out to market and into delivery. So there's a fair few big pieces of work that I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yes, I'd just like to congratulate you on getting through 83%. I mean, in the last couple of years, it's been sort of 40 odd, 50 odd percent. It's a great improvement. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that is a comment that's been reflected back by many councillors, just the improvements that we're seeing in project delivery, but especially, to sit there and answer questions from all the projects and, have a really good handle on them just shows your level of involvement. So thanks, Mike, and thank you to the team as well.
Well, thank you. Couldn't have done it though without the support of our governance as well as our executive team. but also our finance team. They've always been working really hard with us, as well as our procurement, so.
No, they certainly acknowledge that, thank you. Councillor Wallace, Ali Dunn's just passed on that the Capital Portfolio Report went to the Community Development and Wellbeing Committee in September 2024, that the IoT door counter project was complete, and that the data was being collected. I think what I was thinking of, and Ellie might have hers, so staff you'll see some reflective tags, that's so that we're not counting staff as well. So when you see certain members with a reflective tag, it doesn't count me walking in and out.
Yeah, just two things. So firstly, can we get that information sent to us on our dashboard? And secondly, great work, but it doesn't reflect good on the past guys that did your work from 100% more. If, like, your comment was from 83 to 43, that means in the past, either something's catastrophically changed, or you guys are absolutely magic. So we're lucky. But I would be asking the question from the past. That's the only observation I'll make on that.
The only other part to add to that, I suppose, is that, project management in itself is a maturity, so we've got to develop it over time. There are parts of that as well that have to be embedded across an organisation slowly. We've put the framework into place with, and all the templates and everything else have gone into this, so it's definitely been everybody's idea of and word is journey. So yeah, but the maturity of it's certainly showing. So I think that's part of the journey.
And I think there's been a clear focus, from both audit, but also we've never had a project management office, with those templates that Mike talks about. So, yeah, it is a growth. That's all. Thank you so much, Mike, for that. That's been great. Probably, more questions asked of you today than in infrastructure. There you go. Right.
Thank you, Mike. So on to me, I will be talking all things operational performance within council. I just have to note that when I was reading through the report last night, on the front page, I've not quite nailed my numbering under the detailed report section, so I've skipped from number 4 straight on to number 6. So sorry in advance that the bullet points throughout the report don't agree to the cover page. So I'm going to take the operational performance report starting on page 60 as read. So this is our high level report of how council has performed for the 12 months of the year. So I'll talk to figure 4, which is our operating performance dashboard. So you can see here that at 30 June, our operating result compared to budget was $11 million favourable. So we achieved an operating result of 47.3 million compared to budget of 35.6. So that includes our external subsidies that we received during the year. So without the subsidies, we land at 37.76 million, which is still ahead of where we had budgeted to be by $2.1 million. If I refer you down further to the page to our financial performance, actual versus budget variance graph, you can see here what the main drivers are. So in our revenue area, where we have achieved a 11.7 million favourable variance, that's mostly due to our external subsidies. In the last third quarter report, I spoke about how we had met the full year budget in quarter 3, so that's great. Moving down to our operating expenses, finance costs was unfavourable, and that is due to the pre-funding that we've executed throughout the year for future debt maturities. Does anyone have any questions on the high-level report before I carry on?
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I'll probably just touch on that now, seeing as you've just mentioned it with the financing costs. Something I kind of have mentioned a few times before, but it's mentioned a couple of times throughout the report, so I appreciate the transparency with it. $611,000 more than we budgeted for, is not a small amount. So what I'm trying to work out is how we might be able to get that closer to budget. I know that we do a lot of work with Treasury experts. There's some other commentary in the report, and I just couldn't find the exact space, but it talked about part of the reason for that being rising interest costs, which I just want to understand a little bit more, because we're obviously heading into a downward interest rate trend at the moment. So just keen to get your thoughts on that, please.
Sure. Through you, Your Worship. That was a great question, Councillor Gilmore. So I need to give some more context around our unfavourable variance of that finance cost. That's purely just our our interest expense on our external borrowings. So what that doesn't factor in is our finance revenue that we received on the other side, which falls under the other income bar on the graph. It's part of that $1.956 million. So that with our pre-funding, in order to be advantageous to council, we need to invest those funds for a minimum period of 12 months, and then the interest earnings that we are receiving on those term deposits then effectively mitigate any interest costs that we are getting from our additional external borrowings that we have taken out.
And thanks very much for the context. And I know we've sort of talked about this a few times. My request really with this report is that we do really clearly put in where we've landed, because and that's one of the reasons why I mentioned it, because just looking at 611,000 looks like an incredibly poor result, but we need to be factoring in perhaps the higher amount of interest we're earning from the pre-funding and from deposits. So it would be really helpful if that was in the same paragraph, which might give us a better understanding of actually what our result was with that taken into consideration. But thank you for that.
Sorry, through your worship, I just want to throw something else in there. We do have an external report that comes every quarter from our Treasury expert, and it's on page 117 is where I want to direct you into the attachments. You don't have to go there at the moment, but it's saying that our achieved interest rate was 3.32. So that factors in our revenue received less our cost of interest. So for a small council, we're batting pretty well, is what our Treasury experts tell us. So I just wanted to bring that, because that we don't highlight that as much as we should, and take on board your feedback, and that's something we can look to implement moving forward. We have been talking to our experts as to how we sort of show this differently. So it is, unfortunately, Councillor Sutherland isn't here, but the dashboards and the graphs is something we're working on. So we're trying. Please be with us.
And thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. And I'll mention that now just quickly, because I was going to mention that as we jumped into the next report. But it is a really good result on in that page that you just mentioned, but doesn't reflect the graph that we've put on, because it's missing that piece of context. And I think that there are actually some really positive, strong things being done within finance, and perhaps we are very transparent when it comes to it, which is brilliant, but we don't always tell the positive story. So thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yes, that 611,000, was it, did we sort of lose out on swaps? In other words, did it turn up tails instead of heads when we did the swaps, or the result of the swaps? Did that affect that amount?
Through you, Your Worship. I'll try and explain this as simply as I can without confusing you. So when we execute interest rate swaps, what we're doing is we're mitigating any interest rate rises. So while we're seeing the interest expense on the expense side, we're also receiving the benefit, which is captured under the other income side. So we are receiving interest income on those swaps that we've executed under the strategies that we've discussed with our external treasury advisors. So part of the, I believe it's part of the 1.183 million favourable variance in the interest income is due to the interest rate swaps, so they will offset each other. But look, moving forward, we are looking to implement better graphs to illustrate how we are positioned. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I'm not 100% certain that I understand swaps fully, I have to admit. But from what I understand, it's a bit of a guess. Somebody's taking a punt that interest rates will go up or they'll drop, and we mitigate against that happening. But had we not done the swaps, would we have been better off or worse off?
Through you, Your Worship, and this is something we're also looking to incorporate into our report moving forward. Feedback from the third quarter report was, could we provide an illustration of what the pre-funding benefit was? So that will incorporate all those aspects of our external borrowing, what we hedge in terms of our interest rate swaps, and so we'll have that in a more infographic, I guess, type image.
Thanks. I think as we go forward, that'll be really helpful, especially with pre-funding of water debt and the entity will need to be over that, so that will be good. But swaps are complex and you do need expertise. Right, Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, just a quick one. I see here it reads there, through you, Mayor Tracy, the vacant roles, and I see here it's unspent due to vacant roles, and then offset, etc. Are you guys up to strength yet, or are you still vacant in your team?
Through Your Worship, as in our finance team, or are you talking?
Well, whatever that
council?
relates to. Yeah, whatever that vacant roles are.
So that's to the wider council. That will be across the board. I don't know that I'm the right person to answer that. Peter, did you want to have any comments?
So I'll give you an update later in the councillor chief executive for time only. Thank you. Just so you know, yeah.
Right, if there are no other questions in the high level section, I'll move on to the detailed variance report on page 62. So again, I'll take this section of the report as read and I'll talk to the traffic lights variance reporting dashboard that we've got up here in figure 5. So where, I guess I want to highlight the top 5 achieving activities, and then I'll go on to talk about the ones that didn't, that weren't so successful. So economic development, we had a savings of 120k for this activity, and that was due to the focus shifted for this activity, so that reduced the spend. Emergency management, we had a surplus of a favourable variance of 287k, and that was mostly driven by the Cyclone Gabrielle funding from the prior year that was carried forward into this financial year. That was offset by the recovery office expenses. Democracy services, that is part of our end of year adjustment for our revenue accrual as part of the annual report. So that's why that's showing a favourable 282k variance. If I'm talking too fast, just let me know and slow me down. Support activities, this was a key item that was raised at the third quarter report and you wanted more detail into it. So that's showing a $2.46 million favourable variance, and the main driver for this was the gain on the sale of the Birch North Forest block. So that was almost $2 million. The remaining $460,000 is again due to year-end adjustments where we do revalue our derivatives and the disposal on some vehicles. Treasury was showing a $358,000 favourable variance, and that's due to our strong investment on return. So that's due to the pre-funding that we have then invested on term deposit. The activities that haven't performed so well are the community development, $175,000 under where we had expected it to land. That is partly due to the Mayor's Task Force for Job expenditure, which is offset by the corresponding funding that we receive on the revenue side, as well as a $200,000 grant for the skate park, which Sarah will
I'll just
talk to.
clarify for that. So those additional grants that were made by council resolution, I think they dated back to maybe September-ish time last year. We had the arts community, the Paitoa. We emptied quite a few of our trust accounts is the most easiest way to describe it. So they're not budgeted in the operations side, but those funds have come from trust funds. So just they're not ratepayer impact or anything like that. But because of how we have to recognise them in our books, they show as an unbudgeted cost. So just wanting to flag that.
Just wanted to also just say that it's not a funding issue because we are using allocated funding and from our reserves. So if it was a funded deficit, a true operating funded deficit, we would be concerned, but we're not concerned about this.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Thanks for the explanation. I wasn't concerned when I read that, knowing the reason for it. My request more is within this report, if we can have some stronger commentary that explains that a little bit more, because I think if someone who didn't have the context of how those funds worked would look at that and think, oh, that's done worse than expected because council has spent extra money, when in fact we haven't. We've just allocated money that council already had set aside. So absolutely understand why it needs to be reflected that way from an accounting perspective. Totally get that. But people do look at these reports because they are detailed. So that would just be my request. Thank you.
And then the last two activities that I wanted to talk about was the animal control, which we talked about in the third quarter report. That's showing a 139k unfavourable variance just due to the lower than expected registrations. I think we discussed that in detail at the third quarter report. And building control is showing a 93k unfavourable variance, and that's due to the lower consent revenue throughout the year.
Do you mind if you don't mind, Your Worship, I'll just answer a couple of questions that I received yesterday. So one of the questions I received yesterday was specific to the waste management activity and was more focused on the rationale for the increase in transport costs. So just spoke to our waste management manager this morning. She has assured me it's a combination of different types of transport costs, and I've noted it as refuse. So some of our recycling was going to New Plymouth for quite a period of time as opposed to Marsden, so that has reflected an increase. And also some of our landfill was going to Bonnie Glen as opposed to CHB. So again, just another little piece there. I did also have a question around partial loads. And knowing this is a pet peeve area of the waste management manager, she assured me that no partial loads are going anywhere at any time. She is very strict in this space, which is wonderful. And then another comment was around loose cardboard for our recycling. So in the past life, we used to bundle up our cardboard and it would be transported in a compacted bundle. However, with the change of where our recycling is going, that is no longer an option. We're not set up with the facilities or the items we would require for us to do that. So the cardboard is going, I want to say loosely, but it's not loose as such. This just means that when it gets to the other end at Palmerston North City at the moment, they're not, if the bundle hasn't met what they need, they're not having to unpack it and redo it. So it's just saving a bit of extra rework at that end. And she wanted me to highlight that we are actually receiving $58 a tonne on our recycling cardboard. In the past, we were not receiving anything in return. We just had the transport costs. So just wanted to highlight those items in that space. And then the other area was in the roading, in particular around the 84,000. Just sorry, bringing the page up. Page 74 of your agenda, around the 84,000 unbudgeted Lords Road diversion. So just chatting to Hamish yesterday, he very kindly came back with quite a bit of information. He said that we've discussed it at maybe the works, no, it's not works anymore, infrastructure, my apologies. But he has given me, I'm going to just read it, so I apologise. He has said that NZTA had agreed to pay for the damage that was caused with the diversion that was put in place. The money that they provided us, which was 84,000 recognised in the prior year, has gone towards fixing the damage as well as getting it ready for a full reseal. So the road looks incomplete, and that's because it is. The full reseal is coming within this construction season. So the money has been fully utilised, probably just in different ways. So just wanted to give you those little tips. Sorry, Beth, I rudely took over.
Thanks for that, Sarah. And I know that some of those questions, especially around recycling and transportation, were also asked at the Dannevirke Community Board. So that's great to have that information. Councillor Peter Weber, you might like to take some of that back. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the detailed answers?
Councillor Gilmore and then Councillor Peter Weber.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I've got a couple, but I'll just do my first and pass over. Number 3, district planning, and looking at page 64 of our agenda. Just want to double check, looking at the several unbudgeted sources, it talks about the Better Off funding being received for the Future Community Urban Design Project. I may have missed something, but I thought that was all sort of decided within the LTP, and I'm just wondering why that's reflecting as unbudgeted.
Through your worship, thank you, Councillor Gilmore, really great question. When we were doing the long-term plan, we didn't have we didn't have the analysis behind when the spend was going to occur versus when we budgeted, so the external funding was not budgeted within the long-term plan, so that's what's showing as all unbudgeted. But I just want to, when we get to report number 9.3, which has a big external funding section, as of this month, we submitted a $2 million claim, and it is in its final review, so we'll see that fully offset and expected to be received in September. So all the Better Off funding is expected, outstanding is expected to be received shortly.
Follow up, and I know we have and thanks, Mayor Tracy, I know we have the complexities around how we have to record things from an accounting perspective. I suppose sometimes when we have a look at the commentary and the reports, we will see things like, this was unbudgeted, or it will show a positive or a negative variance. But for something that we absolutely were expecting, or something that we knew, I would just, again, really encourage you to have that commentary in there of, although it is showing as unbudgeted, this is the reason why we were expecting it. Because again, I think the team are achieving some really good results, and people looking at that, if they just read it without that context, may not pick that up. So.
Thanks. Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask about number 13, the unbudgeted toilets at Northwood War Memorial Hall.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Weber, Petty. So, your question around the unbudgeted grant, the 7,000 to Northwood War Memorial. So, I just don't think it was budgeted in the
Long-term plan.
long-term plan. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I just want to jump to item 10 on 68, community buildings. Looking at the insurance costs being $58,000 over budget, which isn't surprising. I received my personal insurance bill the other day and almost choked. However, we have had some discussions as a council about reviewing our interest in a methodical way, because we have seen the trend of insurance costs going up so strongly. I'm just wondering if we could get an update as to where we might be on that process, because I think it's something we need to look at quite quickly, because this is just in that area. But huge costs.
Through your worship, thank you for the excellent question. Stephen is leading this exercise for us to be able to make changes to our insurance schedule, or our insurance schedule is what it is. We need to have an insurance strategy set by our elected members. That's coming to the Audit and Risk Committee. Steve's working on that. He's got a draft proposal ready for the ELT around what that insurance strategy might look like, and then envision it being in your Audit and Risk Committee plan. Just because we're going through our renewal cycle is 1 November till 31 October, no surprise there when I say 1 November. Just because that work might be in the tail end of or after we've completed our renewal doesn't mean we don't go back to our insurers and request a repricing and a reduction or all those things. So for us to go along to all of our buildings or do an assessment via our insurance schedule to go, no, we wouldn't replace that building. We can provide the expertise around that, but that's not an operational decision for us to be making. It's a recommendation we should be bringing to our elected members. So until we've got a strategy around what that looks like, we're a bit in a rock and a hard place. Has that answered your question?
And thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Absolutely understand that. I think, and look, we're probably too late, to be fair, for this term. I would request and highly encourage that be prioritised for the start of the next term. It's something we've talked about for some time, and yes, it does need to be a governance decision as to how that strategy works, but the governance team is not able to make a decision on that until we have the information to do so. So I really appreciate the update, but something that's quite timely, I think, that we need to look at. Thank you.
Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. I just wanted to make a comment on number 18, the customer services, page 74. It was great to see that we had staff capacity to do the work for the integration of services projects instead of using consultants having that 20K savings. So yeah, that's a positive one. Thank you.
Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Tracy, on 12, the 36K in unbudgeted lease revenue for Starlink communications equipment at the Woodville domain. What was that about?
That was
I know it's revenue, but what was it
It was a
about?
new project, so it was unbudgeted because it wasn't planned, and it was an opportunity available in Woodville. Councillor Johns might wish to fill you in a bit more.
We organised for Starlink to put in their gateway, as they call it, which tracks the satellites on domain board land, and that's the income that's received for having it there.
We might be able to find some more places to make some more revenue. I think that's a very good idea, Peter, what you've got there.
The only thing is they only have one for the southern North Island.
Oh, they count. No, the district got it, so that's good. The district got it.
Mayor Tracy, and I say we, and when I say that, I always mean the district. In this case, though, that funding is on domain board controlled land, so the Woodville Domain Board gets that, and then they can put that back into the community and develop their domain board. So very, very exciting thing for a very committed group to have a little bit more funding to do even more with what they've got. So it's a great result, and hats off, to be fair, to Councillor Peter Johns, who really drove and took a lead and made sure that that project happened. So well done.
I concur. Councillor Franklin.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, but we did have a discussion around the Puketoi wind farm and the opportunity there for Amazon putting a similar site there as the Starlink one in Woodville, so that one would be perhaps more beneficial to council, maybe, not just Woodville.
Puketoi's still going through a consenting process, yeah. Okay. Right. Can I just ask, sorry, Darren, did you have another? No. Can I just ask, Sarah, there'll be a plan going forward. Obviously, we've had lower than expected revenue at the transfer stations. Going forward, there'll be a discussion around we know it's expensive, but what if that is, there's two factors. A, it's costly, but B, people are also making a concentrated effort, I guess, on reducing waste. So we'll have a conversation around that going forward, but I just noticed it as, whilst we're managing it at the moment, I think we need a plan going forward. Thanks. Are there any other queries on that, or Beth, did you want to highlight anything further?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got nothing further to highlight, but if there's any other questions, I can answer them.
Thanks, Beth. And I think just with that, we're at almost 10 to 11. If we just have a break until 11 o'clock, are you comfortable if we adjourn? That's okay? Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. Right, thank you. Right, Beth, back with Treasury with you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Treasury section on page 78. Again, I'm going to take this section as read and I will talk to the dashboard, the Treasury Performance Dashboard. So finance costs, as we had discussed in the operational variance section, that is purely just the interest expense for the term debt. So we should really be reflecting the net income, the net finance costs, so there should be the interest income offsetting that. So if we factored in the 1.3 million favourable interest revenue, that would bring that 611 unfavourable variance into a favourable result. So we will look to incorporate that into future reports. Our external debt, at 30 June, we were sitting at $80 million compared to a budget of $78 million. The additional $2 million is just pre-funding that we've executed for future debt maturities. Our planned cash position, we had planned to be at $7 million, and our cash position at the moment is $5 million, and that is just due to the timing of when our investments have matured. So I'm happy to take any questions.
I don't think we've ever not had questions in Treasury. We obviously did all the conversation at the start. I'll take us through the service performance results. I won't delve into them too much in this report because I think when we get to the annual report, it's presented a bit better where I've got the explanations showing under each measure as opposed to at the bottom of the page. So and Beth has done a lot of work to highlight some things, so I don't want to steal her thunder when she gets to the annual report either. But just want to probably touch on, at 30 June 24, we achieved 62% of our measures. At 30 June 25, we're sitting at 69. We've still got 5 measures that are waiting external reports, and I just want to touch on item number 7.2.2. So when we get our external report back from our water specialist around our compliance with the measures, we will have some additional bonus measures is what I'm calling them. So I'm just flagging that when the annual report comes through for the audit copy that we'll be circulating, you will have some bonus measures included in there and we will talk to them. The reason I am including them as bonus measures is because we have to report on the measures that were set in the long-term plan. These measures have changed a little bit, so we are still going to report a result against those measures because I've asked our external consultant to do that, but also the bonus measures of what DIA changed, because that was a lovely little gift. And then one other measure that has changed from our third quarter report is our smooth travel exposure. Council's target is greater than 95 and we achieved 95%. So not met because it's not over 95%. So a little bit of a sore point, I guess. The community survey results, we presented these in the third quarter report, but we do have the full year report from Key Research. What the survey results are telling us is it's been a continued trend, a continued downward trend around our satisfaction. And we've been talking about this for quite some time. Is it the way we're asking the questions? Is it around that sort of work? So moving forward into the next financial year, we're changing up the way that those survey questions are asked. And I think we'll have more real-time, better answers to those types of scenarios. And you're actually going to get feedback from the people that are using the facilities. So really excited for the next financial year.
Thanks, Sarah. Can I just check in, councillors, does everyone understand the real-time feedback? Because I think that will make a big difference. Yep, thank you.
If not, is there any other questions? Cool. I'll get Ellie up to the table for the debtors.
Lorena, Your Worship, councillors, staff. So the debtors report first. We put in a summary at July 2025, of where everything was. And going down to 8.2, we focus on the rates debtors at 30th of June. Sorry. Thanks. Okay. So we had 17 ratepayers with more than 25,000 on average each, which makes up about 30%. And then many of these, like it says, are undergoing rating sale or abandonment process. 384 make up the 78% of the outstanding balance, and these are our key area for debt collection this year. And then we had the ones with a credit balance that we always get, and it's just, yeah, they just sort of overpay and it comes off the next year's balance. We put in a table that shows the spread for the year of how it's made up by the bands of dollars, I guess, yeah. And then we'll go through to the graphs that we've included for the quarterly receivable movements. With the graph in figure 12, the reconciliation that we've put there, there is an error there that I meant to correct. Where it says rebates received, it's not what we think is rate rebates. It's the terminology used for, it's remissions. It's the terminology our software use. We actually had 1,002 applicants for rate rebates with 761,000 paid for the rebates this year. So we ended up with a net rates debt of 2.84 million, which we will be working on to get down this rating year. So we've included the graph with the trends of rates levied and the payments received over the last 3 years. And in figure 14, we've got the rates, arrears and penalties to total number of rating assessments by years for the last 3 years. So is there any questions? Well, sorry, I meant to say that I take it that the report's been read. So if you've got any questions before we go on to Debt Management Central.
Thanks, Eleanor. Councillor Gilmore.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thanks for all the work that you've done on this. I'm really enjoying all of these charts, so thank you. I just wanted to have a look at figure 12 on page 85. Particularly noticed quite a big jump, or it seems to be, if I'm reading the graph right, quite a big jump in irregular payments. What are you finding on the ground? You know, do you know why that might be happening, or can you offer any other insights into that?
No, not really. The irregular payments are sometimes the automatic payments, and sometimes they don't adjust them enough to keep up with what the rates levied each year are doing. And so that is a focus area that we need to we send them the overdue letters, but unless you actually are saying to them you need to adjust your automatic payment, they're not keeping up and doing that. Some of them are just, it's just they're not, they pay one instalment but they don't pay the next one, and then they pay the third, yeah. So, yeah.
And thanks, Mayor Tracy, and thanks for that, Eleanor. I would be keen, and I know it's a very busy time, but I would be keen for us to get a bit more of an understanding as to what might be driving that. Noting that that's most of the other trends are similar-ish. That one really jumped out at me. The DMC management has obviously gone up. I understand why that makes complete sense. But if you're looking at it comparing to the last 2 years, that is a really, really significant jump in irregular payments, and that can have an impact on your team, obviously, as well. But I'd be very, very keen to see if we could get some more insight. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, 8.3.2, I see that what it says there for one rating sale. How many of those are in process at the moment?
They're at different stages. We've probably got about 5 that we're in the process of, but this one has come to the maximum date. This has been reviewed again this week and pushed out another 3 weeks to allow time for the finance to come through.
And just a supplementary to that, is 45 grand the average cost to the council for legal expenses, or is it on their expense taken against the property?
No, that's not 45,000. That's including rates and penalties and legal costs. It's 44,000. It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I read that wrong. Thank you.
There any other questions, Councillor Johns?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, where are we? 8.1.6. Is there any update on that since this was written in terms of whether they've managed to do the deal?
Do you want to turn your mic off?
Oh, sorry.
This week they came back to the solicitors acting for them came back to us asking for an extension of 3 weeks. So we've given them to the 15th of September, and we've contacted the auctioneer again, and it will, if it doesn't get paid, it will go to auction on the 26th of September. That was the earliest they could get in. But the family were trying to get the everything together. Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Eleanor. The tables and the graphs are really helpful to see the trends, and we can also see the focus that the team's making there. So thank you very much for that.
I must admit that's not my handiwork. That is other staff's handiwork. So I'll give them the credit for that.
Yeah.
But they've helped with getting those. Yeah.
No, it's good information. Thanks. If you can pass that on, Eleanor, that'd be great.
Okay, so we'll move on with the page 87, the rates with the debtors with Debt Management Central. And yeah, so they've been working through, and of all the files, we've now got 785 left with them. Honest, I think. Sorry, yeah, they've managed a total of 785, and this 1,529 rating units were paid in full, leaving 132 units with some arrears.
Can I just take a question, Eleanor? Is that okay? Councillor Johns?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. That situation, that 8.3.1 with DMC, is that similar to other years, or is that a worse position than other years?
I think it's creeping up each year. Yeah, it is something that we have got a new staff member who took Annie's place, who was keen to get started on this and try and, but it's just the time that we've got to do the training and get, but I'm sure we'll make progress this year and get somewhere with this debt and stop it increasing year on year. Yeah.
Councillor Wallace?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, probably this is where it's 8.3. What an abandoned land, is there a dwelling on there, or a wreck of a dwelling? Is determination like you can't live in it?
Abandoned land is where we don't know where the owner is. We can't find the owner. The owner could be around. A lot of them, there's a no title on the property. We're coming up to nearly 100 years later after the Napier earthquake, and some of these titles were lost in the Napier earthquake, and because it was paper copies and everything, they weren't produced, and so over time people have been using them and paying the rates, and then they've stopped using them. So we've decided to put them through for abandoned land to try and get sold, but they haven't been sold because they haven't got a title. So we're in a bit of a limbo that we need to try and find the best way forward to sell them. But others with a title will be going through the process they will go through whether they get sold or not. It's a different story, through the process.
So just a quick one. So the one I'm thinking of and you know of, that's in process at the moment?
It is in process, but it's not an abandoned land, it's a rating sale.
Sorry?
It's a rating sale.
Rating sale.
Because we know where the owners are. So we'll carry on with the progress on the direct debit issue. So we've got 166 households that were 100% resolved. 46 wanted their credit to go to the rates. We had 115 that got a refund of their credit balance, and 5 with a split arrangement of some refunded and some to their rates. Of the debit households, 84 went on a postponement agreement with 171k put on postponement. So that amount does come into the arrears total. We can't, do anything else with that. So we had 67 that paid in full, 48 have gone on a payment plan, and work in progress is 17, although I think that is lower now that we have contacted some. So it sort of gives more detail on the next page there. Is there any question on the direct debit balances?
Councillor Gilmore?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. With the households that have expressed an interest in taking up the postponement option, but we haven't finalised that, and the ones that are difficult to connect with, for our purposes, do we effectively treat them as if they're under a postponement policy? Obviously, we're still trying to get that paperwork signed, but we don't have penalties. What I'm wanting to make sure of is there has been a huge amount of staff time going into rectifying this, and there's been some really strong results. We decided that we wouldn't be charging these people penalties But are we going to get to the point where we back off the staff time in chasing those and effectively treat them as, although they're on the postponement policy?
I think there was an agreement made that if they didn't sign up to the postponement, they weren't getting penalties, but they would be transferred to DMC for them to go through that process. Yeah.
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Tracy. One comment, the adage, speak softly and carry a big stick. We've been speaking softly for some time now. Maybe the threat of the big stick might have an effect, do you think?
It might have an effect, yeah. We'll see how it goes. They can still postpone. Those ones that were affected have still got the opportunity to postpone, should they wish to. Yeah, 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 we're not opposed to doing that, yeah.
Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Can I just ask, when will that changeover be? Do we know a date when they get put to debtors?
Yeah, it will be. We're working through that as well. We're just focusing on the direct debit recalculation at the moment. So then we will be going through those ones that are going to DMC. Didn't want to highlight them as a specific group that we're putting with them. So we haven't actually put the ones with arrears brought forward yet with DMC because we've been busy with other things and just training Tash on how that process works. Yeah, so that will be either at the end of this week or next week, yeah, that we'll be doing that. So I'll carry on with the accounts receivable debtors. So the graph in 5.3, figure 19, shows where we're at with the sundry debtors. Waka Kotahi make up a bit of it there, but the invoice, some of the invoices were just issued in June, so they were paid in July. So it's sort of, yeah, they show it's quite a large amount, but then they are paid. So that's, yeah, so is there any questions on the debtors we've got with DMC accounts, sundry debtors?
Sorry, one more from Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. More just a general question. We obviously made a fairly significant change of passing a lot of debtors on more quickly to DMC. How is that working in practice for your team and from a debtor experience?
I think the public have probably noticed it more than, it has been a relief that we haven't had to focus on that this year with everything, but it did impact the public a bit. Getting a letter from DMC when they felt we'd done the wrong thing because we put them straight with DMC, not understanding it was just a letter that we would normally send to follow up. But I think, we've got a lot more reaction from payments being made but it is something that we need to work closely with them to keep pushing them along too. And I think we haven't done that well in the past, but hoping to get that done better in the future, that we work together more closely and manage it in a better way. And it's just trying to get all the jobs done in the time here. So yeah. But we're trying to look at different ways, the better ways. Yeah.
No. you don't. Thanks, Eleanor.
Pass it back to Beth then. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. So I'll cover off the last couple of sections, which are to do with the self-funding activities. So we've got forestry and the pensioner housing. So forestry, for 12 months into 30 June, we made a loss of $20,000. And most of that is driven by the, I'm sorry if I get this pronunciation wrong, Kaiparoro Forestry Block Operation Settlement Claim. We've since recovered the settlement money from the contractor.
I think we've invoiced it. I'm not 100% on it being received yet, sorry.
Yes. Thanks for that correction, Sarah. Our reserve balance in the forestry activity at 30 June is 4.3 million, and that includes the sale proceeds from Birch North Forest block. Without that in there, without sale proceeds in that calculation, the reserve balance would be $402,000. So as we've previously mentioned in our other reports, we are working with our advisors on how to go about repaying the debt with that money. Do I have any questions?
I do, thanks, Beth. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Thanks for the update, Beth. I wanted to talk about that sale proceeds and the commentary on 9.1.3. I suppose noting that it's written in there as the intention is to use the funds to repay the debt, but that is by council resolution that must happen. It has been some time since we got the proceeds of those funds. So just wondering if we could have a little bit more detail of when those funds would likely be going to pay down the debt as per that resolution.
Through you, Worship, I'll tackle this one. Thank you for that excellent question. We are looking to bring a paper to the September council meeting around this specifically. When Peter and I have discussed it, although we've said within the long-term plan that these sale proceeds would be a direct loan repayment, and I think there is a resolution around when we accepted the proposal for the sale, Peter has informed me that it actually goes against what we have within that reserve, so our policy around it. So we're needing to bring a paper back just to outline what our policy is, what it looks like, then get another resolution to ensure that we're able to do that. So I do apologise for the delay in that. Thanks, Sarah. So moving on to page 92, and which covers off the pensioner housing. So at 30 June, we had a operating surplus of $41,000 compared to budget of $171,000 surplus for the period. The graph has factored in, which should be removed from that calculation, is the depreciation cost. So if we remove the depreciation cost from our actual expenditure, we land at $528K, which is $1,000 more than what we had budgeted for expenses for the year. Our reserve balance at 30 June is still overdrawn at $417,000, but from previous discussions, there are actions in place to build that reserve balance back up into a surplus. If you don't mind, Your Worship, I just wanted to add in number 9.2.2, just because it came up in the discussion in Mike's CapEx section. The 86,000 that was budgeted for the Paetua flats has been spent in other more urgent renewals that took place. So the way the pensioner housing CapEx program works is we budget best case what we think we can deliver. Sometimes some things crop up outside of our control and we pivot, making sure that we're not further extending this overdrawn current account, reserve account. So just factoring that in and showing where it was actually spent. So just because it came up this morning.
Thanks for that. That was really thorough, and good to get those questions answered as well, so you know that everybody has read every detail in there. Councillors, there's a recommendation on page 51 to receive the 12-month performance report, moved by Councillor Petty-Weber, seconded by Councillor Wallace. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, now, you don't get to move though. 9.2, the draft annual report for the year ended June 2025. It was a small document.
Thank you, Your Worship. You get the benefit of having me up at the table for twice. So, first off, I would just like to acknowledge not only the finance team, but the wider council teams, ELT and their respective teams, as well as our, including the Tararua Alliance and our external business partners for helping us get to this point. In the 8 years that I've been at council, I don't think that we have produced a draft annual report this early. So that is a great achievement for the whole of council team that I would just like to recognise, and all of the team played a pivotal part in getting us to this point.
Beth, it's never been produced this early. So this is the earliest ever.
So, unless you would like me to approach this differently, Your Worship, I would just like to highlight the key sections within this meaty annual report. Believe it or not, we have actually, our long-term goal is to make it a smaller, more engaging document, and it's work in progress, so we have slowly chipped away at it. So on page 120 of your agenda, just make sure I've got the right page, we've just replicated the look and feel of the long-term plan, so you'll see the same formatting throughout the annual report. Again, if I'm moving too fast, just tell me to slow down, and I'm happy to take questions throughout. So what we've done in the front, what the finance team calls the front end of the annual report, is our non-financial information. So it reports on our council's performance and incorporates the what we achieved sections from our various activities, and it includes the customer satisfaction survey that Sarah talked about briefly in her service performance report. So you can see here, if I start on page 130, and I'll just wait for everyone to get there while I talk slowly, we've incorporated some really awesome, am I allowed to use the word awesome? Awesome. Yeah, awesome infographics. So that's a credit to the communications team. So Karsten, Anna, Kimberly, and Nigel have done a really brilliant job of getting all the information in text format into these pictures, which we are hoping are going to be more engaging for the community when they pick up the annual report. It makes it more exciting. It's something that I could probably say that my husband would pick up and read, whereas previously he probably wouldn't because it's too many words. If I can highlight some key areas within the non-financial section, as Sarah has briefly talked about, in terms of our performance measures, we meet 62% of our target. Last year it was 61%, so slightly better than last year. Our community survey results, the key highlights there were where the community was satisfied with our services were libraries and water availability. So they were in the 80 percentile range. And then the other areas, they weren't bad, but they weren't outstanding like those two key items. If I can fast forward, get my wording correctly. To what page do I want? Fast forward to page 158 and the following pages of infographics behind this. This is our new look, what we achieved section. So previously, the pages were 2 or 3 pages from each of the activity managers on what their highlights and their achievements, like how they showcase their activity throughout the year. So what we've done this year is that we've asked our activity managers to give us our their top four achievements and top 4 challenges along the way, and we'll put it into a story in the form of infographic. So this is still in its refinement stage, but we're really happy with how it's coming together.
I was just add to that, you will see when we get the next version to you, which will be the version that we're going to propose to send to the auditors, we will have a couple of additional pages in this space that highlights our CapEx program, really showcasing the Alliance team winning the award for the Route 52 project. These are really key things that we don't necessarily show in a infographic-y way, or a way that people will be drawn to. So just really highlighting we're working towards this, and it'll come in your next version.
Thank you, Sarah. I have, in my haste, I've skipped a couple of pages, so I will need you to backtrack to page 137, I'm sorry. No, actually make that 138. So this here is our benchmarking report. So they give an indication of how well council has been with its financial matters. So have we been prudent financially? All of these graphs, apart from the operational benchmark on page 142, have shown that we have met our benchmarks throughout the year. The reason why the operations control benchmark on page 142 hasn't been met in this current financial year yet is because the information is dependent on our cash flow statement, which isn't, at the time of printing and running the report, it wasn't ready to be incorporated. So that statistic, that measure will change with the next version that goes to the audit team. Any questions before I move on? So I guess now that I've talked about highlighted the key areas within the non-financial section, the next interesting part is the actual financials of the annual report. So on page 273, I've just made some notes, you'll see that our surplus for the year was, talking to the microphone. Our surplus for the year was $26 million against a budgeted surplus of $21 million. And so note 37 of our report, which will be in the version that goes to the auditors and was circulated last night, details all the variances between the revenue and expenditure line. In terms of our capital expenditure, if I can reflect back to Mike's report, CapEx report, the difference between the CapEx completion rate that is reported in our quarterly performance reports compared to what is how it's stated within this annual report under the funding impact statement for the whole of council is that Mike's numbers are based on a revised budget. So that incorporates the carry forwards and any additional approvals that have been granted throughout the year, whereas this here is based, the numbers within this report are based on the published annual plan, which in this case is year 1 of the LTP. Does that make sense? So going off the numbers that are in this annual report, our capital expenditure, we completed 93% of the work budgeted compared to Mike's number of 83%. So it's always going to be higher within the annual report.
And I think if I go back to last year, completion rate, based on the numbers within the draft that was presented, was 135% of project completion. But when you factor in all the revisions, that number then decreases. Infrastructure, one of the key items I want to highlight for the financial statements is that this year we've managed to complete the infrastructure valuation as well as completing the PP&E note, which we haven't been able to do in the past, and that is a real credit to the finance team and the Tararua Alliance teams and our external business partner, just for being able to get the work completed to a point for the first, for the interim that went to the auditors for them to do their pro forma. Sarah is going to kindly talk to you all about the infrastructure valuations. Do you want to do that?
I can do, yeah. Just to tap into what Beth has said around the capitalisation, I just really wanted to highlight, because it is a significant achievement of ours this year to be in the position that we're in. But context, the team has capitalised $53 million in asset additions in this financial year. It's significant. 42 million alone was in the roading space. So that's all fed into our revaluation. So the question I'd be asking if I was you is, what did we do differently? We closed the books at 31 May. So the team provided to our external valuer all the capitalisation up until 31 May. It was captured within our RAM system. Just bearing in mind that we've carried forward Route 52 and Cyclone Gabrielle for a couple of years. This is such a massive piece of work that infrastructure team have tackled and done really well, and it has fed into our revaluation. So our revaluation on our roading network is actually a decrease in valuation, and that's because of a couple of reasons. One of them is we've obviously got better data that's gone into it. We've got a lot more retaining walls that we didn't have previously, and all of this is captured within our report. But we've also refined the useful life within our assets, our sealed pavement, refining that, but also what comes along when you're responding to an emergency is higher costs to do works, because you're paying an enhanced rate sometimes. But when we've revalued those assets, because we have revalued including those additions to the new unit rates, and you're seeing a little bit of a decrease. So what's that trying to do is reflect that outside of an emergency situation, this is what the cost would cost. This is what we would expect to pay for these assets to be reinstated or renewed. So roading infrastructure is a decrease in valuation. We did budget within the long-term plan a significant increase in the valuation, and that's purely a fun accounting thing, isn't it, with audit, needing to appease them and have good assumptions within our long-term plan. And the way in which we budgeted for the revaluation was we took the Burl inflationary rate and we've applied that year on year over the long-term plan, knowing full well that our unit rates don't compare to what Burl is and our industry standards. So just really wanting to highlight the amazing work the infrastructure team has done. Our water assets have had an increase in valuation on par with what we sort of budgeted. So just really wanted to highlight that. Questions before I... Oh, nailed it.
I'm hoping to see it reflected in audits, fee and timeliness. That would be the ultimate.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm happy to take any questions.
Right. Are there any questions for Beth or for Sarah? Right. Councillor Johns?
Not a question, Your Worship, just an acknowledgement of a great piece of work you two have done, and for beating any other previous financial department in getting the report out early. So well done.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I want to echo what Councillor Johns was saying, and I suppose to say publicly what I mentioned to both of them before. It is incredible to be able to ask detailed questions on all sorts of different topics and to be able to get a succinct and informed reply when you're at the table. And it shows how on top of the numbers you both are. When I talk about how we message things, that is more to make sure that you're not selling yourselves short. So I just want to thank you for the detailed information you provide to me and to this whole table, and for such a great achievement getting this to us so early. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful feedback and compliments. I will be making sure to tell Cameron Mackay that we've succeeded his abilities in this space. Love to one-up some people sometimes. What I do want to acknowledge is a lot of work goes in behind the scenes over and above the extraordinary, and it's a commitment by the team to deliver, and it's something we've tried really hard to do. But also one thing that we do, and I personally do as well, is fail to realise the impact it has on our families. So I just want to take the opportunity to publicly thank our families for putting up with us during this time, and to Beth for her leadership. This is kudos to her project plan and the changes she's implemented, and we're just here to succeed.
Thanks. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, I'd just like to say congratulations on the speed in which you return my emails. And every email I send to you, you always return, and even the one at last night at 6 o'clock. So thank you very much. Well done, you two, for the team.
Thanks, Sarah and Beth. And I concur when I have a look at how the teams work together and understand what each other needs. I think that's been a huge improvement. But I think it's right to acknowledge your families as well, because sometimes I do worry. I'm sure, Sarah, you see those numbers, in your sleep because you do know them, but certainly acknowledge the emails that we do receive that are well outside of hours when you are working on that. And I think, Beth, you have a wonderful way of looking at it so that other people can enjoy finance and the numbers as much as you do. So certainly acknowledge that and thank you very, very much. And please pass that on to the teams. Just for Cameron, that was at about 11:45. You can point to the video in the live stream. So thank you very much. Right, councillors, there is the recommendation on page 95. Yep, happy to move that. Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Seconded, Councillor Long. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Well done. You all slept so well tonight. Thanks. Sorry, flipped over too far. Okay, right, Sarah, if we can move item 9.3, the Finance and Performance Management Report.
Thank you, Your Worship. If it's all right with you, we'll just follow our stock standard way in which we deal with this report, and we might just go page by page or section by section. So the first cab off the rank is our external funding. No real changes, just updated the numbers. And one thing that I do really want to highlight is with the year-end financials occurring, we have posted all of the staff allocations, so that's reflected in these numbers, and highlight the $2 million we're expecting in September, which I'm very excited about. Is there any questions around the external funding part of the report? No. On to our favourite subject, headroom. Taken on board Councillor Sutherland's feedback that he's provided, and just trying to find another way to showcase my boring tables that I understand but not everyone necessarily does. So with a lot of fun times with Excel, I've managed to get these into a couple of graphs which are shown on pages 103 and 104. What it's showing us is that we have quite a favourable amount of headroom within there. We're tracking pretty well, and I think when you compare ourselves to other councils similar size, we're doing pretty well in this space. What that shows is that we're managing our borrowings and our cash in a pretty prudent way. Is there any questions on the graph before I move into the really nice piece on number 5? Perfect. We will continue with the graphs, trying to improve the way and make it more easier to understand by the everyday user. Item number 5 under council borrowings, 2 places that I really want to go are item 5.3 and 5.4. So council's external borrowing, which we've talked about within the 12-month report, and we didn't really touch on it in the annual report, but it's shown in the annual report. If council removed the pre-funding element, our debt would be $72 million, and this equates to $6,504.07 per rating unit. As at 30 June, and as shown in the annual report, there is 11,070 rating units. Because debt is quite a scary thing, and we always look at the negative, we don't necessarily follow along with the positive. Item 5.4, we have the infrastructure valuation, which was processed, and shows that we have assets just in the infrastructure alone, that's not any other assets, just infrastructure assets, because they're the prime driver for the debt. We have $103,022.31 per rating unit, so quite a bit of headroom within those two if you were to look at it that way. My apologies, I was hoping to get 5.5 updated to 30 June, but I did not get the numbers obviously until late last night, so I do apologise. It is something I'm happy to circulate to at a later date. Any questions on?
Thanks, Sarah. I see we've just broken the 11,000 for rating units. That's quite a significant jump from where the figures that we've used in the past. Where has that all come from?
I think within the annual report last year, and please don't quote me, I feel like it was around 10,500, give or take a couple. Within this 11,000, there is 200 or 300 which are not, they are, what's the word, Peter? Not rateable, but they do attract rates, some rates. So I guess that's where the 11,000 is coming from. In the past, I think the 10,500 excluded those rating units, but I would have to ask Ellie or Peter if you know a little bit more around the additional units.
So there's a schedule at the back of the Local Government Rating Act which sets out those properties that aren't rated for general rates, but they can be targeted for water, wastewater, those sorts of direct. So you would look at educational establishments, police sites. So they aren't purely rateable in all contexts for all of our fees and charges and rates. So you just need to be aware that there's limitations on that, and some might be only half rateable. That's the other one. Yeah, and a few don't attract rates at all. Yeah, so you've got to be a little bit careful about those averages.
Thanks, I just thought I'd check in there. That's great. Okay.
The next item that we have is number 6, which is the government back to basics. These were released on the 31st of July, and what I've done is I've included a snip of our performance, and then I've given a little bit of a commentary on the next page around it. But because these are quite hard to understand for people, well, for me and for others who are non-financially sound as well, what are the results telling us? And what I would like to highlight is, for a small council, we're doing pretty well. Our capital expenditure forecast is significantly greater than the median. A lot of that comes from our Cyclone Gabrielle, which is one of the items I've tried to highlight in number 6.4, where our other operating expenses are significantly larger than what our median for the group is. what you're not seeing is the significant increase in our revenue. I think we budgeted 45 million in operating revenue, and our actual results are sitting around 90. So we've done for the last couple of years. So we've done pretty well for a small council. And yet that number's on a page and they're a really good benchmark point, but they don't tell you the full story. And unless we highlight them like this, you're not going to get that other piece of information. Is there any questions on the benchmarks?
No, thanks for including that, Sarah, though, because I think just to look at that without adding that context is a little bit difficult. Yeah.
Through your worship, the next item is universal meters. So I was asked to give a bit more information around this project and what it means. And if you don't mind, I'd like to tackle a personal question that I've personally fielded. I won't say by who, but I'm going to point them to 1157 in the council meeting. What the question I've had is, when is the break-even point for this project? And I guess what I've tried to explain to them is, this isn't a new revenue generating project. It's not a change. It's not something that is going to make the council or make the new water entity money. It is a means to change who the users are that are paying. So having the people who use the water being the ones that are paying for that. And I feel like that's a point that we really, I'm stressing to this person and to my wider network as well. Just, it's not a change. What is a change? It's not an additional revenue source that we're trying to generate. It's just being a bit more fairer and having the right people pay for the usage of the water. One of the items that we were asked to talk around was the loan that has been put in the books to fund for this. So that will be loan funded over a 20-year period. But really key piece of information is all of this debt will be transferred to the new water entity. This project is not wasted. It is a really valuable project and it will help us with our water loss within the district, and it will be benefited by the new entity. So just really wanted to touch on those couple of things.
Thanks, Sarah. And look, I did check in with others within the entity around this, because Wairarapa already do have these meters around whether was this worth starting now, should we wait, and actually they were very comfortable that we proceed with this and get this underway. So, yep.
I think even just for the data collection alone, I think we lose around 30-40% of our water loss within the network, and until we get these meters in place, it's a bit hard to kind of pinpoint, but also it's not something we want to scare our ratepayers with. It's a tool to enable us all, is what I would say.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Thanks for including some of that information on there. I would be keen, I take your point of what you've explained to that person, but if they are listening in, it would be quite good for us to get some information on how water meters could actually save some operational expenditure. So noting that there could be and other councils have seen a 20 to 30% reduction in water usage, so that has a huge impact on treatment costs. There's consenting requirements. We don't have to go through the same process to increase our take. The 90% reduction in leaks that Kapiti Coast District Council had, and the ease of being able to find them saving staff time. So I take your point as to the reason why, but there actually is some very, very, very significant operational savings that gets included into the fairness and equity part. I did want to ask, and you may not know this question straight away, but it would be a good question for us to have an answer to. We have budgeted in the long-term plan approximately $5 million for this project. I have been asked what the lifetime of the asset might be, because obviously my understanding is that this will be done over a 20-year term. Do we know what the lifetime of the asset is?
So Water meters do degrade over time, and there are multiple components that we're trying to do in terms of backflow prevention and fix the Toby. So generally 20 years would be my pick, but I need to confirm that with the asset managers. Yep.
Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, if the people are out there and they're listening and watching, please go to there's another one, as was mentioned by Councillor Scott, as New Plymouth. You know, their basic facts, they started in 25 with 300 metres, 78% of the planned total installations that have been carried out. They've detected 2,000 leaks, and they're saving 1.62 million litres of water per day. So it's, you know, it's a no-brainer. So, and yeah, you're not going to be, and I think people have got this fear that we're going to go out there and charge. We're not trying to save, we're trying to save money, and it's going to be, the debt is going to be over time. So you're not going to be, this is all going to be advantageous to all of us. Because once we've got no water, we're in a different class altogether. And I think this summer, if you look at the sun gods, they're, it's not going to be too good.
Thanks for that, Councillor Wallace, and I think that's something that perhaps the comms team can look at with New Plymouth Water and get some of those messages out, because if we know that, you know, they're obviously recording that as they go through, it'd be a great thing for us to do the same so that people understand and can see some of the savings that we're making. Yeah. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'd like to add to that. You know, a lot of people have told me, I should say, that this is on top of what we pay for water right now. So I just used the example. I used it with one woman who is a widow living alone. I said, across the road from you, there's a family with 6 children and a swimming pool. At the moment, you're both paying the same amount for your water. This way, they'll pay for what they use and you'll just pay for what you use. And when you put it to them like that, and I have had people tell me on social media that I'm wrong, but I just stand my ground. Once you explain it like that, it actually makes sense to people. They don't understand that standard water charge is going to be removed, and that's what they can't get their heads around. And that's what a lot of the argument and the misinformation on social media has been about.
Have talked to the comms team with that, because that's exactly what I did. The figure of 4,900, actually, that's a 10-year forecast. That's 10 years out, but actually at the moment, I think when I looked at my own rates, it's around 2,900 that's removed. So I did talk to the comms team around getting some information out for that. Yeah. Councillor Johns.
I would just, if you don't mind, Your Worship, just add to your comment there. That is based off our long-term plan budgets. It doesn't budget in any of these wonderful operation efficiencies that you've spoken about New Plymouth and Kapiti experiencing. So just highlight that as well. Like, it is the information we had at that time, and we're just forever refining and improving.
Thanks for that clarification, Sarah. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yes, I guess it's too early to get an indication as to how the charging for metered water will go. Will it be 80% to be connected and 20% usage, e.g. metered, or the reverse, or 100% just usage? And if it's the latter, I for one will be putting a tank in and going offline, particularly looking at the estimated cost per annum per connection at $4,000.
Thanks. Sarah, do you want to give an update on that?
I was just going to say this was something we actually spoke about last week. So the funding mechanism and the way in which it's structured will be something we would be consulting with the community on when we're in a position to know, make it a meaningful consultation. So put numbers that are meaningful behind it and have a bit more structure. We're not at that point right now, but it's something we're looking to do. And it is a significant change, so it will be either a long-term plan, well, depending on when the water entity is and what that sort of looks like, it is a consultation item.
Yeah, and also just remember you've got that economic regulator that sits there as well. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay, thanks, Sarah. Okay.
Item number 8, we've given an update around the direct debit adjustment project costs. That's sitting within there at number 8.2. Is there any questions before I move on to number 9? I just wanted to highlight that that is funded from a reduction within our personnel area, so making sure that that's highlighted as well.
No, thanks for that. And I think that just helps with, we've been incredibly transparent through this whole process, and that just adds to it for those that are interested. So thank you for putting that together. And welcome, Tracy. This is your first meeting?
Time, I was saying.
First
anything,
meeting. So I just had a note to welcome you. I saw you sitting there at the table. So
I thought I'd join in with a couple of things and
fantastic.
show my presence. So I don't know the formalities, but through you, Mayor. Is that what I say?
Yeah.
I also just wanted to add to that point that there's been a lot of intangible benefits that have come out of that project. So the 185 may be a direct cost, but you've now got that increased reporting on the debtors and the insight on the government that we're growing and working on and making better and better. So that's all those intangible wins as well, which came out of that cost, which may not have.
No, and I think even just in cash flow and focus, that will remain as well. Peter, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we were conscious that this was unbudgeted, and so we made adjustments in terms of our organisational expenditure to manage still within the total overall budget that we had for operational. So we essentially absorbed this cost by not expending money on other things that we had planned to do.
Thanks, Peter.
Through your worship, item number 9, which I'm sure is going to excite Councillor Johns the most out of this report. I have not done this alone. Amy unfortunately had to step out, but taking on from what we presented to the Audit and Risk Committee, I think it was actually, total costs incurred at 30 June was $900,923.03. 3 cents is really important. We've gone away and done an estimate on the staff time, bringing that project total to $985,000. Really important that we highlight we utilise the Better Off funding for a lot of this work as well, and what we're probably trying to show with item number 9.6 is that even though we've spent quite a significant amount of money, we've achieved quite a lot with that money as well. And what I've tried to show with I've been quite direct actually, 9.5, I haven't mixed my words there. The cost of the ratepayer was is 704 if we took off that externally funded portion. Questions?
Thanks, Sarah. I think that was important, and that's the part that I think, regardless of the outcome, that the minister needs to understand that that's what our ratepayers have contributed to a plan that has been stopped. Councillor Johns.
I've taken on board your comments and Peter's earlier on regarding the subject. However, I'm disappointed that nothing was done earlier than now. A phone call to the minister seeking a meeting I thought was appropriate to put our case before we did anything. But however, that didn't happen. Hopefully the report will be here smartly.
Thanks, Peter. Just to be really clear, that was the advice from from the previous chief executive, the current chief executive, and the planning team, as well as Dan and the consultants that it had. So it was do not act too soon. As well.
Advice.
Professional advice that doesn't meet your passion.
And CR law.
And CR law. Whoops, I forgot that one. Thanks, Councillor Johns. But look, it does make us all cross. We had put so much into that. The growth from the Manawatu Tararua Highway, we'd consulted with that, the mixed use. There were so many elements of that we were all looking forward to. I do share your pain.
Item number 10, this is a piece around our fuel costs. This was something that has been a hot topic within the social media realm, so just wanting to put it into a public report with some key facts sitting there. So, yeah.
Yes, I didn't take this off social media. The reason I asked for this is I did have a ratepayer email me directly around this, and I could automatically see that we'd had a shift in fuel prices. But I think the commentary that I got in that correspondence was that it was due to staff that worked outside the district. But largely led from the fuel costs, fuel during the cyclone and generator fuel. But I'd also note that when we did do some of that myth busting, the number of vehicles that have personal use on them is a total of 3. So any of those vehicles that are moving, they're not for personal use. They are assigned and they are working effectively. So just really, I do thank you for doing that work, Sarah. Does anyone have any questions, or is there anything you'd like to highlight on top of what I've said, Sarah? Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I did just want to ask, this is really helpful, by the way, but actually I think some of the information that was provided online, it was quite helpful to see community members draw their own conclusion and highlight what may have been the cause. But what jumped out at me in this was the 23-24 versus the 24-25 figures with a pretty substantial reduction. Do we know what drove that decrease?
Through your worship, we changed our contract with our fuel, and this doesn't reflect a full year under the new contract. So we sharpened the saw and have got a far better price within our fuel usage as well, which in the next 12 months you'll see when I come along and add 25-26, you'll see that reflected, I think, as well. Peters also wants to.
I did look into it. The other aspect, though, is that as we replace vehicles, they're turning into hybrids. So that will be substantial impact too. And that's just the routine replacement cycle of vehicles when they hit the high usage or greater than 5-year time frame generally.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. And this is probably more of a comment and a request, because I think that's an important part of the puzzle with efficiency. But also want to note that our budget for vehicle renewals was significantly reduced. So to be clear, that doesn't mean replacing it with hybrids or other vehicles at a greater cost to council. The cost actually has gone down. And I, for one, I must say, have been really pleased to see the fleet becoming more diverse. So the fleet reflects the usage. So I've been really pleased to see that.
If you don't mind, I'd just add on to that. Dave actually made money this year with his replacement program with the disposal of vehicles. The resale value we were getting on our utes has been significant. So Dave's done a really good job. He's not just replacing a vehicle for the sake of replacing. He's really doing his due diligence around that. So just take the opportunity to highlight the work he's doing in that space.
I think he also did the fuel contract as well, which was fantastic, and I know a lot of the maintenance costs. So it is making a real benefit to residents and ratepayers. Councillor Wallace.
Can I just, through you, Mayor Tracy, there's one that I've always brought up, and that's, and some people have mentioned that if you work for the Tararua District Council, you must live in the district, which in a perfect world, we would have everyone living in the district. But the good thing about it, with this new road, $828 million spent, just to give it a bit of size, if you lived at Mount Bruce, you would travel 83.4 kilometres back. If you lived at Ekatahuna, you'd travel 51. But if you were living in Palmerston North, you travel 54. So what I'm saying...
That's to Dannevirke, I presume.
Yes, well, that's where everyone is based, basically close to the hub of the operations, which is out at Oringi, and the council stuff here. So what I'm saying, it's more advantageous to have people. It's not a withdrawal because they live in Palmerston, okay? And I think there's a bit of a clarification. If that job is entitled to have a vehicle, well, that's part of their package. So I'm just trying to clear that out, because there's not, basically, if you live in Dannevirke, there's, we'd love to have them all living here or in the district. But if they all lived in Eketahuna, our fuel bill, at Mount Bruce, our fuel bill would go through the roof.
I think that was where doing the Mythbusters was really helpful, because it is, and I just can't remember the percentage figure off the top of my head because it does change a bit. I think we were at 81% local staff, and I think we're around 74% now. But the staff that take vehicles home are actually all on call. There is only 3 vehicles that have any private use at all. So those vehicles that travel, they are on call. So any civil defence or anything like that. So it's not as high, there is that real rumour out there that it is a lot higher than it actually is. So thanks for raising that. Yeah. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship. It was really interesting to note that this week a resident of this community accused me of living out of town because I got mileage for travelling to council meetings. And I'm like, have you forgotten this is a district? And that's what we're up against as councillors, is this misinformation that doesn't get corrected. I mean, I did correct it quite strongly online, and it was on a local community page here in Dannevirke. And I thought, this is what people are doing when they come out with the announcement of the increase in the fuel. It wasn't done with monetary terms, it was done in literage terms. And it looked really quite scary. But when you dig into it, he was only referring to people who work in Palmerston, live in Palmerston North but work here, and it was attributed to that, not taking into account all of the fuel that's used right across all activities. So, that's the frustration for us, particularly down in the south, when people think of that Dannevirke as Tararua District. And so we've fought that quite hard, and hence my passion about it.
Thanks, Councillor.
Dannevirke's only a very small part of the Tararua District.
For anyone online, they just missed that Woodville's the centre of the universe. Look, I think, when you do clarify these, because that's what happens, people look at one picture without understanding the context. But I think the message there is, if we see something out there that actually, when I looked at that and when the resident emailed me, I thought, actually, I'm just going to use that opportunity. So, councillors, if there is anything like that you want put through finance and performance, and let's just air that out and put the truth out there, because I think it does help. So thank you very much. Thank you for doing that too, Councillor Franklin. Thanks, Sarah. I know that was a bit of a late one to put through, but well worth it. Councillor Gilmore.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just probably a request through you to the Chief Executive. Absolutely agree what Mayor Tracy said as a way to bust some of those myths. But the request would be, when it comes through here, it's brilliant that we're armed with the information, but it could become a bit of a regular cycle for communications, particularly when it's topical. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, good point. That comms team's going to be very busy, aren't they? Yeah, I think, look, we did that Mythbusters and put that together. Actually, I think now that we've got the template, it was really helpful. And I did talk to the comms team about just putting some of those out there. This might be another one that they just put onto a slide and pop it out into the internet. Yeah, thanks, Sarah.
The last item we have in this report is the stranded overheads discussion around water service delivery organisation and what that might look like. Peter and I got together last week and we've pulled together some information I'll take it as read. I don't have anything that I really want to highlight other than what's written. Peter, did you want to talk to any of that?
So we do need precise numbers because we're putting this together for the next phase of the budget for the new water service organisation. So I've done a lot more work subsequent to this, but I'm still not finished, just so you know. But that will be forthcoming. So I wanted you to know that we haven't stopped finishing work on it. This was just an intention of trying to bring you up to date with the current budget as opposed to when I last reported it, even last week. It was the previous financial year. This is just brought it into the current financial year. But more work to do.
Thanks, and thanks for putting that together, Peter and Sarah, because that is one area that, look, it does concern me, because we are going to have to be nimble in those areas and change the way that we do things because of it. So, you know, any stranded overhead. So I do thank you for that, and I understand it's a work in progress, just even in understanding, you know, and we don't know all of the answers yet of, you know, who will take those calls, but what that impacts in different areas of our operations. So one to stay on top of. Does anyone have any questions of that? No? Wonderful. Thanks, Sarah. Right. There's a recommendation there on page 99, 1.1, to receive the report, moved by Councillor Johns, seconded by Councillor Chase. All those in favour, please say aye. Against and carried. Thank you, councillors. We will adjourn until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Tracy, of course.
So that's the main things that finance has finished talking about through you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I think I've come in at the right time because there's been some big work done prior to I got here, but I can tell by the reaction that the reporting's getting better and better and better as well. So I just wanted to share a little bit with what I'm seeing and where our team will be going based on listening. So there's been a great lot of business partnering, I'd say, within the organisation with you and with all the other services within the council, which is making great opportunities for financial accuracy. So financial accuracy is our first. We want to pass audit. And then we're going to probably move into more of a taking on a bit of a social financial reporting as well, which is going to talk to the curiosity that you guys bring to the table as well. So we're going to evolve into doing those things as well. So we're working to achieve all that. We're working on resource capacity. What does it look like? How are we doing it? And so forth. The technical support into our tasks to make sure that we're working efficiently and our systems are doing everything they can do for us, take out some of the complications that humans are having to do. The data management policy, more graphical data for the council, those are all things which is already an evolving process, and redoing, updating the policy and so forth and behind everything that we're doing here. Yeah, and we're just going to also be providing that right first time audit, which looks like we've set ourselves up very well this year for that, and then that gives us a lot more space to do that actual more social commentary as well. So we appreciate all the questions and the guidance of the thoughts of the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. Much appreciated, and a big welcome to the team. I think you're right. I think it is a great time to walk in, and they've actually set that up really nicely for you. That's not, that is pretty exciting. I have certainly not experienced that before as well. So it's all coming together. Peter, you just wanted to say something?
Just really quickly, I've observed that the teams, multiple teams, have been working day and night, weekends, and that's to get all of this brought forward. So to get ourselves in this position has taken an awful lot of work. And so it's sitting well going into the election period and being able to, for you as a council, hand over to the new council, whoever that might be, a position that is solid and well developed. So thank you.
Thanks, Peter. And like I said, I'm very excited for audit this year. I look forward to the meeting with them. Okay, thanks, councillors. We'll break for a full break for lunch until 1 p.m. Thanks. Right. Welcome back, councillors. Okay, moving into item 9.4. Welcome, Sarah. We've got the amendment to the 2025-26 fees and charges. So I'll just hand over to you.
Afternoon, thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the report as read, hoping it's a pretty self-explanatory, needing to make a change to our go-get administration fee from the $100 to what the actual costs are. They range quite significantly depending on the value of the work. And then the other one is the food licence business, for the food licences activity for the food business levy, which is a MPI fee that we need to charge. Is there any questions?
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Through you to Sarah. Just on the go-get administration fee, that is just for the actual fee charged by go-get, or does that also include staff time?
That is just the fee within the go-get. The staff time is incorporated into our other fees.
Nothing else. The when people go in there, that'll be clearly advertised. Yeah, and same with the food. Thank you. Okay. There's no further questions. The recommendations. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, this through you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, just going into that building fees and charges. There must be something changing going forward because the minister's already indicated that's not our core business.
Through your worship, this fee is just to on charge or for the ratepayers not to burden the administrative go-get portal fee that everyone else would be paying when they submit a building consent application. What that looks like within the change in where that activity falls, I don't know, but I would rather we seek to amend our fee than council and the ratepayers pick up the loss we're going to get.
One further question here from Councillor Gilmore or clarification.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I think it is really important to note that the changes signalled by central government, one, haven't been passed as of yet, and two, they've indicated that they will be giving councils a choice to work with other councils. So until that's finalised, we still need to make sure we're managing this area of our business while it is still our core business.
Thank you. I was going to clarify that. Councillor Johns, you're happy to move. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Long. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Right. Moving on to the 24-25 annual report, the Tararua District Licensing Committee. Welcome, Jim. You're up a bit earlier.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Just a very quick question of clarification through you to the Governance Manager. As a number of us councillors sit on the DLC, do we need to declare a conflict for this paper? No? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore. I did check that with three of us there. Well, four actually, not one present. Okay, hand over to you, Jim.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is the annual report for the Tararua District Licensing Committee. We're obliged under legislation to report once a year, of course, to ALA, which is the Alcohol Regulatory Licensing Authority. This report is done online, so I have already completed that report, and I managed to wangle the computer to print off basically the questions that I've answered. And it is not a report to be a decision report. It's just an information report for you out of courtesies so that you can see the numbers and the figures that are coming through for the year. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Jim. Councillor Johns.
Unless there are further questions, I'm happy to move the recommendation.
I'm happy to second it.
Thank you. So Councillor Johns has moved that we receive the report and seconded and seconded by councillor Franklin. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Right, thank you very much. And moving on with you, Jim, Council Enforcement Policy item 9.6, the 3-yearly review.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So through you, this is again an information report, just showing council that we have updated as per the 3-yearly review requirement, our council enforcement policy. There were some very minor changes in regards to information that's been passed through from the Solicitor General guidelines in relation to the public good test as to whether, for deciding on a prosecution. So we've updated the policy to reflect that information. The enforcement policy is an internal document which guides enforcement officers and management on how to not only do their jobs and ensures they've got well trained and they've got their warrants, but also provides a systematic, consistent method of determining enforcement action in an escalating approach so that we get compliance. And it specifically outlines the difference between governance and operations for enforcement, and makes it clear to the courts, because we have been actually criticised by the District Court a couple of times in the past in relation to taking action on a person and not doing it on a similar offence in the past. So it doesn't matter what colour, creed, religion, whatever you are, everybody gets treated the same, and it's basically what the principal document is about.
Thanks, Jim. Are there any questions regarding the item? No. Can I have somebody move that we receive the report? Councillor Wallace and seconded Councillor Long. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thanks. Move on to the adoption of the Freedom Camping Bylaw 2025. So welcome, Angela.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tracy, councillors and staff. The key recommendation in this report is that Tararua District Council's Freedom Camping Bylaw 2025 be adopted with an effective date of 15 September 2025. The report summarises our process, namely Council's approval on 26 March to develop the Freedom Camping Bylaw, Council's adoption of the draft and a statement of proposal on the 30th of April, and then consultation, a hearing and deliberations all held between 19 May and 30 July. Section 4 of the report sets out the changes to the draft bylaw as per the recommendations approved by Council at the deliberations meeting. So I'm happy to bring this bylaw to you for adoption.
Thank you. Councillors, does anyone have any questions, clarification or comments for Angela regarding the item? We've had quite a discussion on it previously and listened to those. Okay. Right, Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. I'm just looking at the Akatea one. I just want to make sure that that is the right. I marked it up, hold on. Now I cannot find it. Yes, on page 184. So that leads up to the changing rooms. That aerial photo you're given there. So I just want to clarify in my mind, everything from there down towards the boat club, including the barbecue area, is not designated, is that right?
The designated area is that green rectangle within it.
Right, the recommendations are on page 169, 1.1, 1.2 and 1.3. Can I have somebody move those? Thank you, Councillor Johns. Seconded, Councillor Petty Webber. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. And thank you for your hard work on that, Angela. It's been, it's great to have it funded externally, and it's been a long time coming, so it'll be beneficial to us. Thank you. Okay, so we're just being joined online by Chris French. Sorry. So Chris is joining us online to talk about the water supply bylaw and backflow prevention, which is item 9.8. Welcome, Chris. Thank you for joining us. Angela, we'll hand over to you.
Thanks
Thank you.
for joining, Chris. Sorry, I'll just introduce the report. I'll take it as read. This is information only, this report. It's in two parts, as you will have seen. So there's a background and a current status of both the water supply bylaw and backflow prevention policy. So if you have any questions on where we're at this point and how we've got to here, that's what we've got Chris for. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, did you want to make any comments?
No, I guess hopefully it came across in the report, but
Yeah.
we're in a really interesting place. You can hear me okay? Yeah. We're in a really interesting place in the moment with respect to legislation, because we're all waiting with bated breath for the Water Services Bill to be enacted, which has some direct clauses in it around the production of bylaws, water supply bylaws, and transition arrangements around CCOs. So there are opportunities for some councils to defer the development of their water supply bylaws in that, but it is really open to interpretation. At the same time, if the council's not entitled to defer the bylaw until the new CCO arrangements are all up and running, then the council runs a risk of the bylaw expiring in its entirety next year, and then having to go through quite a protracted process to get a new bylaw in place. So we need to essentially hedge our bets in both ways. So the way that we are tackling this is that the Water Services Act should be enacted in September or October. We will then be able to take legal advice on whether we can seek to defer the development of our water supply bylaw. But in the meantime, we've had discussions with Wairarapa councils who've just developed their consolidated bylaw. I've reviewed that consolidated bylaw and see a close alignment with what Tararua needs. So in the meantime, we have drafted a water supply bylaw and put it on ice pending the Act and that legal advice. That way, if we are in a position where we must carry on with the bylaw, we have something in draft to present to the new council late in the year, so that we don't end up in a compromised situation.
Thanks, Chris. I'll just hand to Peter.
Thanks, Chris. Just letting you know that that bill was passed Friday, I think. So we can now proceed to the next stage of confirming our position on it.
Yeah, sorry, you're correct. I've been out of the country and not following the news closely enough. So yes, we will proceed at pace to get that legal advice. But in the meantime, we have our backup option.
I just see, through your worship, that it was actually yesterday that it received assent. So it's been signed off yesterday.
Thanks, Peter.
Fantastic.
There's no other questions. We've got moved by Councillor Franklin. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Chase. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. And that's great to have that, to work with the Wairarapa councils and have that aligned. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Chris. Right. Carter, we've got item 9.9, the adoption of the urban enhancement strategy.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the report you have in front of you is pretty much hopefully the final report you will receive around the adoption of the urban enhancement strategy. So far we have been through a number of discussions and approvals through council and discussions with the community as well to get to today. Just a reminder that this is a vision document. It is a long-term vision, and it's hopefully that would be helpful to maybe plan around the growth and enact the growth strategy. Just here today really to seek approval for the adoption of the urban enhancement strategy. Thank you.
Thanks, Carter. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I'll make some comments, but I can do that after questions. My first one, though, is just a question about the Woodville population and the Woodville section on page 278. I raised this the last time this came over to the table and did joke that I knew it was an aspirational document, but we're not quite at that population yet. I note that it's still at 4,000, so should it be adopted, I request that be amended.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you.
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. I know we didn't pay for this, or the ratepayers didn't pay for this work to be done. It was part of the district plan operation, but in reading through it, I can't help but feel it was largely a waste of time and effort. There's nothing in there that holds anyone to anything. It's purely aspirational or thought could be given to doing whatever. However, it can sit there, and I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Johns. I have had people actually just of late ask me where the council's aspirational documents are. So there is a little bit of interest. It does have that starting point to it. Just before we'll have a comment from, I think, Councillor Gilmore, you want to make a comment prior. I'll leave your motion there. And can I just get a councillor that's doing this digitally, just on page 295, can you just tell me if Ekatahona context is spelt correctly, or whether something's just missing off my hard copy? Yeah. I've got context without a T. But
It'll be the same document.
yeah, if we can just get that amended on page 295. Sorry, I meant to go back and check it digitally. Just before we adopt it, that's all. Right, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I'll only make my comments quite brief because I've shared my view on this at each stage of the process. But I will be voting against adoption, and I think it's important, if I'm doing that, that I explain my reasoning. Just in summary, in reading it through, I don't disagree with what Councillor Johns has said. It wasn't a cheap document to put together. Understand that it was paid for by better off funding, but it's still money that we should be careful with. My reading of it, it seems quite generic. Many of the placemaking things that it speaks to are already happening or will happen when communities are resourced to do it. I think Woodville's a really good example of that, and noting the things that Woodville's chosen to do are quite different to what has been suggested. My belief is that the document will go in a drawer, and when we do need to get into, or if we have funding, we will probably start the process again. So on that note, I'll stay consistent throughout, and I will be voting against, knowing that it will be adopted, so that's fine.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore. Councillor Wallace?
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff in here, but as the guy said who put it forward, it's about aspirational vision. But I must look at the reflection. Can't give the exact figure, but I think 65% of these enhancements that we've got in Dannyverk have been hit by a truck. And if you go to page 278 of the document, that sadly, since that top photo's been taken, that actually obscures traffic. There's a tree there growing up now. So, yeah, to me, this is in the nice to have basket. But from what I understand, this is, and I know it's all funded not by ratepayers, I appreciate that. But the question I'm asking, the last people, whoever they were, it was well before my time on council, all the stuff they've put up is narrowed the streets, reduced the car parks, and put in bollards that every truck can hit. So from a logical point of view, it's not very logical. And you know, with more people, guess what? More people, more cars, narrower streets. It just doesn't make sense. But I understand the reason for this going was because if we don't have this, they can't act on that. Maybe you can enlighten me why that is, Your Worship, why we went down this road.
So it was to create an overarching plan. You've got to remember this was consulted with, and there's some parts of it that they're not what I would envisage, but actually I was keen to hear from the community. Just going back to your example in Woodville, that was the community of Woodville. They were heavily involved in the town upgrade. It was done immediately after Dannyverk's. There are parts of that, as a resident, I felt that the reduction in parking, and I did deal with some of that after, consequently. But look, they were selected to do that. They consulted with their community, and there will never be 100% agreement on anything that is done like that. I think for me too, with some of this, like someone can pick a document up. And this is, for me, it's a starting point. I'll be really interested. There is a member of the public that's looking for this. I'll be really keen to hear their feedback on it and whether, where it lands with them. But if I think about, this is not, in the pipeline, but, when we had the Provincial Growth Fund and some of those things, they were looking for these sorts of documents that people could pick up and go with. So it was part of an overarching one. There's parts of it that, I was heavily involved in the Ikitahuna town upgrade, and there's nothing there that sort of, aligns with what the people were thinking at the time when we consulted with them either. So, yeah, it was done by experts, and I guess I've taken the lead from there and tried not to take it personally that it didn't align with some of the feelings that I had living there. So I'm not sure if that helps you, Councillor Wallace. Carter, did you have anything to add?
When we look at the growth strategy and we look at what the district could look like in the future, this is just one vision of how we can apply or implement the growth strategy. Realistically, any plan, any enhancement plan at any town will need to go through community engagement and council approval. So this is really just a tool that some community groups may wish to use, or it just gives us an idea of what we could look at when we think growth of the district.
Thanks for that, Peter.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you think about this, that it's a handover to the new council. So it's giving them a steer of what we did and where we've got to. We know that we've done our 4 main towns. That means that having a strategy to go forward from there is helpful. If it supports any funding applications that come left field, say by central government in their pre-election process next year, because they've had 2 years of being harsh. Now they might have a year where they need to be generous. We might be ready, just so you know. And it can be updated, and it gives that structure. So it's a strategy, it's intended to be a strategy, it's not a recipe for future projects, it's just an indicator and a starting point. So that's what a strategy is for. So it highlights the options and helps you make decisions and reference decisions against the original strategy. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor Johns.
Yes, Mayor Tracy. I'd move 1.1 that we receive the document.
Can I just go, Councillor Franklin?
A comment to make. I just wanted to ask the question, in terms of the consultation around this, the only thing I was a part of was a very brief quarter of an hour visit at an Explore Pahiatua meeting, which came out of left field. And the feeling around that room was, you know, that some of the visionary stuff in here was actually putting the Main Street back how it was 30 years ago, before we ended up with two separate roads going, we had the two carriageways separate, whereas we had them both on each side before, and they've sort of gone back to that. And I think that's why it was met with so much resistance, was because it might be visionary, but it was actually the rear view vision they were looking with, not the front screen. So I also will be voting against, but I do support everybody's opinion.
Thanks for that. And look, it's always hard. The comment I'd make is when Pahiatua Main Street upgrade was done, and that was probably the best consultation process that we've seen. But even then, I'm still battling now with decisions that were made by the community around pedestrian crossings, and a decision was made, and, there's still quite a lot of contention around that. So it is hard, even when you do all those things perfectly, to get it right.
Can I just make a comment about the pedestrian crossings? I think what that was, Mayor Tracy, was because of the way the pathways were designed in that centre garden by Boffa what they wanted to do was to have pedestrian crossings that met with each of those which went in different angles. And that's why we end up with two I was against it. I absolutely wrote a note against them being so close together, so I totally understand what you're saying. But that's the only fault that I see in the whole thing. Otherwise, it's marvellous.
No, look, I love seeing it every time, but it's funny because the community did vote in favour of the pedestrians going with that. Yeah, even though it was just one of those things we've had to accept. But it's no, that's fine. Councillor Wallace, did you have another question?
Yeah, no, I'll be voting for it only on the reason from the logic which was explained by our CE, because if we are in a position. And I think that was put forward by our last CE and Carter about the reasoning for this is to be in a position to hit the go button for applications, remembering it's not going to cost this council or the next council any money.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Look, I maintain what I've said, so I won't cover that ground. I do just want to also mention a lot of the options or suggestions within this are outside of Council's control, talking about the carriageway changes, other bits. But through you, I'd like to ask the CE a question of clarification. It has been mentioned that a couple of things. It's been mentioned that this is funds that were not ratepayer funds, but would I be correct in saying if we didn't spend it on this, we could have chosen to spend it on something else? That's my first question.
Yes, it could have been redirected to another purpose.
No, it would have been redirected to water.
And my second question is, and it's been mentioned by Councillor Wallace and by yourself, Peter, about the use of it for funding applications where we have something to go. Within that document, could you point to an example of what perhaps we could get funding for straight away? And the reason why I say that, and I'm not trying to be tricky with it, is that the ideas are relatively generic and would require consultation again with the community to be able to go ahead with it. So I just thought I'd double check.
Through your worship, the first area that I think would be of assistance if we were presenting to NZTA any safety improvements where they coincided with the actual strategy, which would maybe not necessarily narrowing the streets, but something more consistent with that application. What weighting they would give to it is the unknown factor. Yeah, so. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks. The only other comment I'd make is when I look at Northwood, there's actually quite a bit that could be reflected there in funding applications and aspirations, and that was the next town that was next cab off the rank for some enhancement. By memory, Northwood and Pongaroa.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tracy, and do absolutely appreciate that. And I did have a bit of a look at Northwood, and a lot of those things that could be done to support a funding application would be reflected in their recently adopted community plan. So we do have a solid document to support that.
Thank you. And I would hope that the community plans would have been given to the company that did this as well. I'll just go to Carter before I go to Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Your Worship. And we are planning on aligning between the community plans and the urban enhancement strategy. So in a way that we should really end up with one document or one strategy or one vision for the entire district. I think there is a slight risk in having separate or individual community plans, which might just look at the particular town without having a vision for the entire district. So we are working to align between the two if this should go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Tracy, I just want to get clarification. You made the comment, if the money that was spent on this from the Better Off funding didn't go into this, you stated it would have gone to water. So the question I asked, what year was that enacted? Because I've never seen that paper.
So the Better Off funding came through with the Labor government's Three Waters. My comment around it could have been transferred to water, the other part of that equation is that the contract was already signed for this work, is my understanding. So, because it was a discussion that did happen around this table, what could we remove? And we did look at all of those, but the contract for this project was signed. That's my recollection of it.
So it couldn't go to water because you couldn't have gone to water because you already signed the contract. That gives it more clarity. Because the other way it sounds like, I think everyone in this room would have gone to water.
So when the funding first became available, there was, I guess, no advantage to putting it into water, and there were no strings attached to it. It was with the Labor government. You did have a change of government and a change of direction. Yeah, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Just a question of clarification, and I could absolutely be wrong, but I think if we're saying that in a public forum, we probably need to double check. My recollection was when we made our decision to do that, because I remember asking when I saw this strategy come in, we didn't necessarily understand the breakdown of how the urban growth strategy and the district plan funding would work. When we had our first discussion of whether to proceed with this, because I was opposed to that before that work was continued, it was at that point I was told that the contract had already been signed. But when we did our reallocation of Better Off funding, I'm not sure whether that contract was signed at the time. So I'm not expecting an answer for that now, but I think we do need to have that clarified.
Carter, are you able to bring that clarification back to us? And we can hold this paper over until the following meeting. That's not an issue.
Sure.
No, but it helps public understanding of it.
I'd happy to hold it over, Your Worship.
No, I'm happy to have that. I mean, yeah, it would be good to understand the contract that was and how those linked. So if you could, and we'll just hold that paper until the next meeting.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I have somebody move that we let that lie on the table? Moved by Councillor Gilmore, seconded by Councillor Long. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Would you like that recorded, Councillor Johns? Councillor Johns is against leaving that lie on the table. Thank you. Okay. Right, the next item is 9.10, request for information under the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. Ellie, is there anything you wish to?
Just highlight that over August there was a significant drop in the number of Lagoima requests being received. So, yeah, quite a lot less than the previous month and way less than we received during June.
Councillor, is there any queries or comments on that report? Councillor Wallace? No. That's moved by Councillor Wallace. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Gilmore. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Just on the last page there, in correspondence, is a letter of support as a request of the Lindau Studio or Rinatawa Gallery in Woodville, just regarding the 100-year commemoration of the passing of Gottfried Lindau. So they're looking to have some members from the Czech Republic come over and along with the ambassador. So at the moment, Kevin and Joe McIntyre are over in the Czech Republic, and they will deliver that letter in person. So there is no funding commitment to that, just so councillors are aware. Okay, just moving on from that, are there any portfolio reports? No. No update, the Bush Aquatic Trust, no updates there. Okay, yep, thank you. Right, Mayoral matters, I don't have anything other than the item we've already discussed around the letter to the Minister. Was the only thing that was on the agenda. Right, can I have somebody move that we go into public excluded, please? Moved Councillor Petty-Webber, seconded Councillor Wallace. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Right, and that brings us to the end of today's meeting. It's a beautiful warm day outside and very warm in here as well. So thank you very much, councillors. That was a lot of reading, a lot of questions and a lot of finance in today's meeting. So thank you very much for the questions and for completing all of that. I'll close this with our whakataaki. Let the winds of the Ruahine and the Tararua give you strength. Let the waters of the Manawatu nourish you. For we are the pounamu of Te Tāpiri Nui o Whātonga. Kia ora.